Hello, good morning. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hey. Good morning. I think so. Okay, so good morning. Welcome all of you to the final conference of the COST project, Rural NEET Youth. So we are finally here at the end of the project after 4.5 years. Now we have the opening session. And the first is to thank you, the institution of the European regions, to welcome us here and host in this final conference. So we have first the welcoming of Barco Alves Cordeiro. He's the president of the European Committee of Regions. He can stay here, but he can record a welcoming message.
Dear colleagues, on behalf of the European Committee of the Regions, it is my pleasure to welcome the final conference of the COST Action Rural NEET Youth Network. The European Committee of the Regions is the political assembly of local and regional leaders, a key voice to ensure that the direction taken at European level can be properly translated on the ground. And you have decided to organize your meeting on a topic that is very dear to the Committee of the Regions, the future of young people in rural areas. Social cohesion is a complex endeavor and is at the heart of what we do here. Last October, in Logroño, Spain, we adopted a declaration on ensuring the development of thriving and vibrant rural areas. We highlighted the need to focus policymaking on attracting young people to pursue their life goals in rural areas and retaining them in those communities. And maybe more importantly, we call for fully involving the youth when seeking solutions to local challenges in rural areas. We know that neglecting our youth's aspirations, especially in rural areas, is a recipe for Euroscepticism. In the year of the EU elections, we must keep in mind that a hopeful future for our youth is a better future for Europe. Next week, on March 18 and 19th in Mons, the European Committee of the Regions will host the 10th European Summit of Regions and Cities. The summit will bring together thousands of local and regional representatives to discuss the future of Europe. We will look in many aspects of the challenges discussed today, particularly the topic of co-creating cities and regions with young people. I have no doubt that the many good stories of your network could inspire our exchanges and lead to further cooperation across various stakeholders. So I take this opportunity to invite you all to join us there. On behalf of the European Committee of the Regions, let me wish you a successful conference, and I am looking forward to hearing more about how you are paving the road to a better future for our rural youth. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you in Mons for the European Summit of Regions and Cities.
So thank you again for hosting us. And we have here representing the European Committee of Regions, Radin. So welcome, and the floor is yours. If you want, you can talk from there.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to speak here on behalf of the European Committee of the Regions, where you are having this conference, and it's great that we can be a partner of your initiative. Actually, I am quite a lot connected with this initiative because in the beginning I was standing on behalf of one of the partners from the Czech Republic of the Local Governments Association. So still I'm receiving your newsletter, so I am following the project. At the same time, I still feel to be young, although it's not as it used to be. And I do live in rural areas. I am not any bureaucrat living in Brussels or Prague, but I am a proud rural citizen. And also in my story a little bit is the goal of the project, because when I was 26, I finished my studies, I had internship in Brussels, I got an offer to work in Brussels, but I decided to go back to my rural municipality, which is 250 kilometers from Prague, so it's a real rural area. Of course, one of the reasons was that my mother was at the time a mayor in this municipality, and my grandfather was a mayor before, and I soon became a mayor as well. So that time it's already 14 years ago. So at that time I was the youngest mayor in the region and one of the youngest ones in the Czech Republic, which is not true now, but I am happy that I have a lot of, and actually in this moment I'm also working as a Deputy Minister of Regional Development of the Czech Republic, and my secretary, he is the youngest mayor in the Czech Republic, being 25 and already being a mayor for 4 years. So I think it's very important. And my son, you know, he's 6 years old and he's the mayor of kindergarten in this moment. And his dream is to study Oxford and come back to be a mayor of rural area. So I think it's very important to bring those examples, because I think the decision to come back from Brussels to my municipality was one of the best decisions I've made in my life, and it doesn't stop me from doing all the things living in rural areas. And I think we should give those examples to young people, that it's very nice to live in rural areas, and it's not anything that you lose your opportunities. Sitting in this institution, actually, to include young people into politics and to motivate young people to come back to rural areas, it was actually one of the biggest motivations for me to decide after many years to go to politics, and also to come to this institution. And it's one of the real topics we are dealing with in the NEET Commission and also within the European Committee of the Regions. It's quite tricky, because in this moment we have a lot of tools. Actually, we have amazing long-term vision for rural areas. We have tools like Rural Pact. Actually, in this moment I am the chair of the Rural Pact coordination group, but you know, there is a lot of declarations, but I'm missing the real action, you know, except of cost action. I am missing a little bit of action, because all the politicians are talking about young people in rural areas, but I think nobody is doing enough, you know. And although we are having tools, we are not using them, and also we are not giving enough resources to bring young people to rural areas, and even within the policies. In this actually building, we are also having a program for young elected politicians, so we are trying also to work with those people. But to be more general, I saw very interesting outcomes. Actually, we had it in one of the meetings in the European Committee of the Regions. It was some Horizon project. What are the reasons for young people not to come back to rural areas? And I was very surprised by these outcomes, because there were objective criteria like quality of life, opportunities, jobs, you know, infrastructure, etc., etc. But there were also subjective criteria, and more than 40% of people, even in old and new member states, so there was no difference. I was quite surprised about that they are not able to explain why they don't want to come back to rural areas. And this is something which we should elaborate with, you know. It's a question of education, of building rural pride. I call it rural pride, that we should really think that it's sexy to live in rural areas, you know. And it's important also to speak about those topics, that it's not just about the objective things, but it's very much also in the minds of people. And I am teaching at university in Prague already for 16 years, and I'm always asking people from all around Czech Republic, and there are a lot of students from Slovakia who wants to come back, you know. And it's very much divided according to the region and their tradition. To those very traditional regions, the people are mostly coming back, but not usually to the regions. For example, my region, where there were German minority or majority actually before the Second World War. So it's very much connected to connection, to education, and to the relation to the region. And I think we should really build on that. But to close, I'm quite positive. I see two big opportunities. First one, although we have been facing a huge crisis in Europe, the COVID crisis now, the war in Ukraine, and an energy crisis, I feel that every crisis brings opportunity. And for me, this is opportunity to transform rural areas much faster than we would expect in the past. And transforming the rural areas much faster means that it brings much more opportunity to young people. For example, digital infrastructure, but also the possibility to work from from home, like home office. Actually, in my municipality, there are a lot of young people who work in Prague, and they just commute there for 1 or 2 days a week, and they live with their family in my municipality. And it was not possible before the COVID crisis that much. And second, working with young people for already 16 years, I feel that the young generation is very different. You know, they very much take care about the work-life balance. So I think for them it's important to live in a nice conditions, and that's what I feel that it's a great potential and opportunity so that the young people will come back to rural areas. But we should create them the conditions, opportunities, and the quality of life. And as it's mentioned in this Horizon project, that we should so-called build landing strips, so where the big Airbus A380 will land with the young people and they will start to live there, but we need to bring them the opportunities and quality of life. So to close up, I wish you a very successful conference. I will stay here with you for the whole day because I'm really very interested in the outcomes of the projects, and I promise I will take them to the NEET Commission and to the Committee of the Regions, and we will try to work with them. And I wish you all the best in your work. I am very happy that it's mostly covered with the people from academic sphere, because I think it's important to have research on those issues. It's not just emotional. We need real research, and we need to bring solutions. And I promise I will also watch the newsletters and the outcomes of your project, which I am receiving very often because you are very active. So I wish you a successful conference and looking forward to cooperation.
Thank you, Radim. So now we go with Ronald de Bruin, Director of the COST Association. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. And how is it possible to tap such an inspiring speech about living in rural areas? And I was just thinking, where was I born? And I didn't prepare for this in the speech because my colleagues obviously prepared some speaking notes, but I started to reflect while you were talking. And believe it or not, I do come from a rural area in the Netherlands where indeed you have those windmills and cows and cheese and wooden shoes. And maybe that's the reason why, while working in Brussels, I do not live in Brussels. I live in the countryside just outside. So I try to more or less stay a little bit with my home feeling. And on the other side, I have of course then the advantage of the opportunities to enjoy city life as well at the same time. That's a bit more difficult for rural areas. And I fully agree that therefore all the more we have to look for the opportunities. And that brings me to the opportunities that COST is providing. And by the way, COST is an acronym that may sound a little bit different, but I always say, apart from the acronym European Cooperation in Science and Technology, is a long word, remember one thing, COST is a benefit, right? So, and also for let's say, the action, Rural NEET Youth Network, I think COST has offered an opportunity, and that specifically also allowed you to focus on young people, which is close to our heart, because one of our strategic objectives is to empower and retain young people, and to make sure that there is a healthy brain circulation rather than a brain drain. And I think that is one of the key, let's say, challenges of our time. Now, through the networking activities, COST enables young researchers to quickly build up networks. We are very open and inclusive. You do not necessarily have to submit a proposal to join the COST actions. You just have to approach the chair. And if you have a credible, let's say, narrative and CV, because you're not joining just like that, obviously, it's possible to join and to build overnight, let's say, or to be part overnight of a pan-European network where people are really inspired to tackle the challenges in the same area. And I think that is quite unique. Just to give you a few figures, more than 40% of researchers involved in COST actions are young people, young researchers, so that's below the age of 40. For me, that's long gone. Okay, so, but I'm very much invested in investing in the young generation. I mean, that's very close to my heart. And it's not just joining, it's also that 20% of our young researchers are also filling leadership positions. So they take initiative and responsibility to, let's say, coordinate parts of the work, or maybe even working groups. And we believe it's crucial to take advantage of the pool of talent. Well, today's event in the Committee of the Regions is, of course, a clear example of how cost actions can make an important impact in shaping European policies. And I took well note of the commitment that you just expressed to really take this further. And of course, we are building on networks in cost that on average have more than 200 participants from over 30 countries. So I think you can really get an outreach and use cost as a platform all over Europe. Now, these activities are supported by additional training, the Cost Academy. We just had a conversation that, indeed, training was followed at cost here in Brussels on how to engage with stakeholders, policymakers, how do you write policy briefs, to make sure that the hard work that you have been focusing on for the past 4 years can be translated in easy to understand, let's say, language that really resonate with a policy agenda. So you become relevant, you have impact. And I think that is really, really one of the key things. So I would like to congratulate you as a cost action with your journey that started 4 years ago and has led to numerous impacts, of course, on many levels. But of course, let's say the paramount, let's say, deliverable here is this European Rural Youth Observatory. And I'm sure that we will hear more about that. And it's really nice to see this endeavor also institutionalized in an association that is going to support this. It's a research-led association dedicated to move rural young forward to knowledge and multi-stakeholder collaboration. So I'm truly convinced that together we can shape a future that is inclusive. And I'm also very much looking forward to receive more information on how your journey is going to be next after these 4 years. And that brings me to wishing you a very informative, but first and foremost also enjoyable and fruitful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we have the representative of ISTEIS, the grant holder of the project, Maria das Dores Guerreiro. So, welcome. Thank you.
I speak from here. Yeah. So, good morning. I speak from here to not be hidden behind the screen. So, good morning to everybody. It is my great pleasure to be here today in this final conference of the project Rural Young People, Alternative Futures for More Hopeful Rural Societies within the framework of this cost action Rural NEET Youth. And I'm here on behalf of my rector, as Vice Rector for Internationalization, representing ISCTE University Institute of Lisbon. As a university with its specificities, the mission of ISCTE is to create and disseminate scientific knowledge according to the best international standards, training highly skilled professionals in the areas of management, information technology, social science and public policy for the general advancement of our society. So our mission is achieved by improving this research-teaching nexus with a strong applied focus, by fostering multidisciplinary learning and maximizing the interplay between entrepreneurship, technology and innovation, which I believe somehow is present in these projects, in this network. As part of its mission, ISCTE is deeply committed with supporting the transfer of knowledge to the society, working with the public and private organizations of its ecosystem, informing effective and inclusive public policy while tackling some of the most daring complex problems faced by contemporary societies. And this includes reducing all types of inequalities, facing the challenges coming out from the twin green and digital transition, or addressing the challenges associated with growingly polarized societies. So this cost action rural NEET youth network intersects with all these different challenges adopting the rural development lens and focusing specifically on one of the most invisible and vulnerable groups in rural communities, rural young people not in employment nor in education and training. Though the participation of ISCTE as a grant holder in this cost action fits in with our mission in many ways. Firstly, the Rural NEET Youth Network is deeply committed with reducing inequalities, particularly among territories and across younger generations groups. Secondly, this cost action reflects on the pathways to NEET's social inclusion from multiple angles: social participation, formal and non-formal education, employment systems, or sustainability. In other words, the network shows that complex problems require interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary collaboration, bringing together the skills, the knowledge, the experience of multiple stakeholders. Thirdly, the Rural NEET Youth Network, as you may know, is an international endeavor bringing together more than 30 countries, and internationalization is at the heart of ISCTE mission. So this network constitutes, as I mentioned before, a clear example of our institution's effort in this field. Fourthly, cost actions are a space for collaboration that can translate into better policies for better, safer, and more fairer societies, which we really all want to. So this particular aspect of positively influencing public policies has been at the core of ISCTE mission and values from the beginning of its existence 50 years ago, when we were created close to the democratic revolution of April 1974. This is in the DNA of our university. Overall, ISCTE acknowledges that the scientific production of this action has been very significant, and all of you know about that for sure. So many publications, 70 publications from 5 special issues to 1 book, and several policy reports and briefs showing the vitality and the capacity of its members to speak to very different audiences. Finally, ISCTE welcomes the vision of this action of becoming sustainable beyond the timeline of the project through the establishment of this new European Rural Youth Observatory, now that this Rural NEET Youth Network comes to an end. I am sure this new collaborative platform, led by researchers and composed of scholars, third sector representatives, public service providers, youth workers, and rural young people, is committed to moving forward European rural youth and has good conditions to become a main reference for research on European youth in the years to come. They certainly will be able to fulfill their expectations as reinforcing networks among diverse stakeholders, developing research of excellent quality, informing policies to address the needs of rural young people from different regions, and enabling the rural young people to develop all their potential as empowered citizens, contributing to a stronger, more diverse and cohesive European Union of the regions. To conclude, I would like to address ISCTE congratulations to all the researchers involved in this project for their successful results. Many thanks in particular to the ISCTE team, to Francisco and Leonardo and other colleagues for all their contributions. So my best wishes for a successful conference and best wishes for rural youth successful futures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now, to close the opening session, Francisco Simões from the cost action.
Thank you, Mariano. I will start by greeting everyone on the table and, of course, all the members that joined us today for our final conference. Don't get too emotional. This was sounding a bit like a group therapy some minutes ago where we were reflecting about our rural origins. I'm a rural boy as well, as many of you know. But probably that's the effect of having so many psychologists in the room. I'm a psychologist, so we'll leave it here. For this address, I just would like to mention 2 or 3 things related to the program today. I think we will be focusing on 3 main words throughout the day. First, to offer context, an overview of the main challenges and opportunities for rural young people. As Radim said, I think it is very important that we balance this vision on challenges but also opportunities for rural areas. And we will do that with the help of our 2 distinguished keynote speakers, Rosário Scandura and Sofia Marques da Silva, who is also, in her case, a member of the Action. And for sure, their reflections and comments will help to understand the structural inequalities and also the opportunities coming out from many different trends, such as the twin transition. That's something that we should reflect on. A second key word for today, I would say, is a summary of the achievements, a summary of the findings, a summary of the work of our members during these 4.5 years. Many of you know that we worked on many different scenarios during this period due to, of course, the COVID crisis. This action is known by having Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan Z. So we went throughout all the plans, but that's a summary of what we managed to do during these 4 years on topics such as formal and non-formal education, social inclusion, employment, or sustainability of rural areas and the impacts that can create for young people in these regions. And most importantly, we will talk about the future because, of course, this is a final conference of our network, of our community, but we're very much involved and committed to make sure that our cooperation continues next year and the years to come. So we will talk in more detail about the observatory in the afternoon, and for sure we will have also the chance to discuss what are the main features and the main trends that we would like to follow through that initiative. Of course, I would like to once again thank you, the European Committee of Regions, and especially the President Vasco Cordeiro, who hosted us and supported us from the beginning, from the first minute to have our meeting here. That was really an important contribution for our network. And of course, to Cost Association for all the continued scientific, technical, and financial guidance, and for continuously motivating us to find solutions and being flexible with our own challenges. To ISCTE as a grant holder for their support not only in the implementation of this action, but also for supporting the sustainability of our community as an association. And of course, to all invited speakers that will share their thoughts with us today during the day. So that's it for today, and then in the final part of the conference, I will get back to you on the new approach on the observatory and what will keep us running in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we will go on with a couple minutes and the keynote speakers. Okay, so now we will have these keynote speakers to discuss about the future of young people in the peripheral areas of Europe, and they will present some thoughts about what's next in this area. So first, we have Rosario Escadura from the University of Barcelona. He's a sociologist of education examining nexus of inequality, education, skills, formation and labor market. He contributes to education and policy in debates on educational opportunities in just transition and education segregation. And he's currently a researcher of Open University of Catalonia, a member of Globalization, Education and Social Policies Center, and in the Inter-University Network of Research in Education and Policies. So welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So thanks very much. Thanks for your interest in my research and for the opportunity to be here. It's a big honor. Thanks, Francisco, and the network. I'll discuss some of my research today, and I'm going to talk about young people's future. I'll give a broad overview since I'm a social scientist and we study like macro phenomena. I think that Sofia can complement my view with more specific issues about rural youth. So I'll provide a brief introduction and my approach to this issue, some evidence, 3 pieces of evidence about this research that have been my topic of research since like 7 or 8 years, something like that, and some takeouts, both methodologically and from the policy side. So Europe is facing, and European people are facing uncertain times due to coping with climate change, demographic change, and of course, like the welfare sustainability issues related to demographic change, intergenerational inequality, and skills loss and sustained inflation that is likely to come. Also, we are experiencing shrinking of geopolitical influence of the EU with this proximity war that has been fighting since like more than 3 years now, and green and digital change that will affect in the future labor market opportunities and or also can provide new hope for our society. Of course, we come from unprecedented economic crisis. Youth have been like one of the first social group that have been impacted by a big economic crisis from like the 2001, but the Great Recession is a landmark in youth vulnerabilities, and also the COVID pandemic. If we think about that now in youth poverty is about 25% in Europe, and almost a third of people, of youth under 18 in Spain are at risk of poverty, and 25% in Germany and France, while almost half of the population of youth in Romania is at risk of poverty, with like according to the EU-SILC data. And we have also in Spain 0.8 million people, youth that are facing housing problem and poverty problem. So also this economic crisis and all this macroeconomic perspective is coupled with the long durée erosion of welfare state due to austerity measures that basically erode the fiscal capacity of our welfare states to combat poverty and to palliate like the risks. This has put into question the European social model and also the Europe as a converging machine. We have so how we approach this issue. So in our perspective, we my colleagues and I, we have of course placed all these social phenomena into a place. And because social phenomena do not happen in a vacuum, according to a distinguished urban scholar, Doreen Massey, we need to understand social phenomena in their space, and social phenomena should be placed within social context and differentiated socially. So, providing some evidence about what we are talking about, what youth vulnerabilities in European regions. I'll talk about regional differences and territorial differences, how this evolved in the last 15 years. Also, the change of youth transition landscapes, and some evidence about the impact of active labour market policies, in particular the European social funds, in European territories. So this is like a broad overview of youth labour market integration. According to our research, we have basically derived a composite measure of youth labour market integration according to 3 dimensions, which is access to job, time to job, and exclusion from the labour market. So it's like 6 very basic indicators at the regional level, and here we show the average in between 2004 and 2018 in deciles. So as you can see, in the lightest area are the best performing regions, and in the darkest area, the worst performing region. These indicators also show a very persistent level. So basically, we have we explain current level based on the former level, and this dimension, this factor is basically inelastic, and we can derive like some conclusion or some interpretation about that, but we know that basically education level and labor market transition are basically persistent dimensions. So they are basically similar across years. Also in this figure, what we can see is that the welfare state and it's very sensible to like state level. So according like Germany, the core Europe and the north part of Europe, apart from Finland, they are experiencing like best high level of youth labor market integration. On the other corner of the figure, we had like the worst performing region, which are like peripheral state, namely the south part of Europe, so Spain, the west part of Spain, Extremadura, Andalusia, and also the most part of Italy is not only the south here, but also the center part of Italy, and of course Greece, which have been experienced like a decreasing trend of youth labor market integration, also together with like GDP level and like worsening economic impacts due to the Great Recession. But what changed over time? So we have said that this dimension is very persistent. is very equal across time. Almost 80% of the current level is explained by the previous level, but there is still some change, and on the worst part, we have like the region that are decreasing. So this is like the change, the relative change between 2005 and 2018, and we had like basically Campania, Sicily, and Calabria, which are basically experiencing minus 33% of their initial level. And also the region of Ioannina, which is a quite remote area in Greece. And all these regions share together like this remoteness and also low infrastructure connection, especially the south of Italy, where I'm from. I'm from Sicily. I'm also like a countryside youth that moved to Barcelona and to UK first. So what a change over time in terms of like positive change. We do have like the country that entered the EU between 2004 and 2013 has experienced some increasing in youth labor market integration, especially like South Poland and and part of Romania and Bulgaria, while the rest is like consistently similar across time. Now we jump like to the drivers of this youth labor market integration index, and we basically explore what are the drivers of these factors, and we can see that there is a positive effect of the demand of work. It's like moderate, but it's positive and it's consistent also across like different specification of the model. We have like a positive impact of the share of employed between 20 and 64 years. And also we had a positive impact of the employed in science and technology ratio on active population, and also the GDP in percentage point of the EU. So this is like basically telling us that well-functioning region in a sense, and where like the agglomeration of technology is more acute, is like permitting youth labor market to integrate. On the other side, we do have inconsistent effects of education. The supply of education is negative, meaning that there could be like some hint of displacement effect in the labor queue of youth, and basically displacing the people that are not well prepared and not skilled enough to enter to the labor market. But of course, we need to look into the specific of this contextual regional context, because this is like a very broad overview of European region in like 15 years. Now we jump about the impact of a specific policy, which is the European Social Fund, which is like one of the biggest investment of Europe in a European region. And we have, this is a very recent paper where we explored the impact of European Social Fund according to the level of regional specialization, and also according to the employment rate by education level. So basically, in this graph, we have on the x-axis the level of regional specialization, which is basically given by the share of employed in science and technology, which is a ratio of the people employed in science and tech. and on the y-axis and on the x-axis is the impact, differentiated by the education level of people, of employed people. So what we see here is that the highest impact, I mean, the impact is positive. So this is like a good news. So the increasing level of European social funds are providing higher level of employment by all the education level, but we see that the highest impact is in region with the lowest percentile, with the lowest regional specialization. Basically, this area, like on the bottom part of the I don't know how to point it here, but at the bottom part of this graph, and we see that also if the regional specialization increase, the impact for lower educated decrease. And this is like similar also for tertiary educated people, while it's the contrary for upper secondary. So this points out that like the European Social Fund can have an impact in increasing labor market opportunity for youth, but also there is some kind of polarization across who is benefiting from this policy, and especially it seems that the benefit in terms of unemployment is concentrated in lower level skills in less specialized region. So some takeouts from this this exercise, some methodological consideration. First of all, I think that we need to mind the categories and consider also that NEET is not a NEET category, as Andy Farlong put it. We have like a compressed category where there are a lot of people from disadvantaged youth, from monoparental people, or from unemployed or inactive or health-related problem. And also we need to mind the complementarities when we are analyzing the impact of policies. As we have shown, for example, the effect of the employment, the ESF is very differentiated according to education level. And also, I think that a cautionary tale in our research should be taken into consideration when we need to be aware of and we need to implement even more robustness checks and sensitivity analysis and uncertainty analysis in our research, because the data that we have is very incomplete, and we lack most of the time consistent data and longitudinal data to perform very robust analysis. On the policy side consideration, I think that we need to consider the phenomenon into the place where this is happening and in the context and should be socially differentiated. Most of the time we have seen that effects are positively but are mediated by contextual factors and by most of the time also local administrative capacity. In fact, one of the findings from our European Social Fund paper is that administrative capacity has a very strong impact in mediating the effect of European social funds. And also that we are in the exact place where we need to deliver this message that context-blind and one-size-fits-all policies may aggravate existing regional inequalities and disparities in opportunities, and these are likely to be reproduced and increased over time if a space-sensitive approach is not taken. Also, we are in this disjunctive decision about holistic versus tailor-made policies, and we analyzing like different set of policies. we think that holistic policy should be taken into consideration, but at least it needs to be to have a coordination between policies and between welfare state expenditure. And also, this is like a keen aspect of the European Commission, track graduate and track education outcome, and input and outcome should be reinforced. The DG Regio has put like a lot of effort into this topic, and there are a lot of data now available to research that it should be exploited even further. And also from like a more broad consideration, we need to think that activation policy do not suffice by itself. In fact, what we have found is that active labor market policy that are only put into the activation side are not sufficient for palliating for palliating disadvantage in youth people. And of course, demand-side policies are increasingly demanded. There is hope, I think. In fact, when faced with existential threat, the European polity respond with like big effort and big EU policies at several levels. Thinking about the youth guarantee or the unemployed insurance fund, of the resilience and resilience funds that has been put together. Even though we don't see like we didn't see like the impact across all the country, but like there were space where like European actors come together and solve like some of their divergence and put forward like policies that could integrate further the European Union. Of course, it could be explore how we can put into route like policies that could unite more Europe, even though facing like this existential threat. So in our daily life, if we think about like entry routes where we can integrate more the European Union through like big policy and through like fighting youth vulnerabilities, this could be like one of the most inspiring policy for our European community. So these are like some of the papers that inspired like this talk and my contacts. And thanks all for like your attention and for your interest.
Thank you, Jamal. So we will have a question and answer later after the speech of the next guest. I just have to make a technical issue in this computer on the other side. So just 1 minute, and I come back here for the next speaker. Okay, so just 1 minute. Okay, so we follow with the next speaker, Sofia Marquez da Silva, from the University of Porto. She is Associate Professor at the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Science, a member of the Educational Research and Intervention Center, and she has researched in inclusion, diversity, young people from low-density and border regions, and co-governor of the European Conference on Educational Research, president of the Portuguese Society of Education Science, member of the National Council of Education, and expert in education, audiovisual, and cultural executive agency. So thank you for staying here, Sofia, and the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. I have to be here because I'm a short person, so I would be hidden there. So first of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to be here, particularly to Francisco Simões, coordinator of this cost. And also thank you to my colleague before me, because I think it fits well what I'm going to present, and I think we complement each other. And I was listening to the previous colleagues in the first session, and now I think we don't choose what we study by chance, because, well, some of us have connections with the rural settings. I also was raised in the inlands in Portugal, in a very, very small village near the highest mountain of the mainland Portugal. So I think at some point we all returned to our roots in some way, and also in research. So what I'm going to present. Thank you for correcting that mistake. So I'm going to show you a little bit about the latest research I'm involved in. Although it started, 12 years ago, when I stopped doing so much research on young people in urban areas and started doing research on young people in rural areas, and particularly in border regions of Portugal, which are mainly rural and low-density regions. So, and to understand these young people, it's not looking to a specificity, although they are very heterogeneous. So they are not homogeneous when we are speaking about rural youth, regional youth. So they have the diversity among them, and understand them and their pathways also enable us to feel the heart beating of a country. So we are not just looking to them as a specific group of population, because from their realities and from their transitions, for example, to adulthood, their opportunities for employment, they provide us indicators and indications about what's going on in the rest of the country, because they feel more strongly when we have, for example, an economic or a financial crisis. So they are a good way of feeling how the country goes or how Europe goes when we are looking to this specific group of young people. So, well, I'm always more comfortable with data. So this is a question in the first study. I'm going to present two types of data. So from study one, which was developed in border regions of Portugal, in rural areas, just to present the issue. And then I'm going to present some data of the second study, which is now in the process. But this concern that I have in understanding why young people from rural areas grows with the idea of leaving those regions, and this sentence, this phrase, this answer from a policymaker in one small municipality in the north of the country was very much inspiring in starting developing the second study. This is a concern in many, many places in rural areas. It's because we are suffering from, losing population. And this is a concern for local policy makers, of course, national level and European level policy makers, because we are, we have an aging population, and in some areas this is even more concerning. So municipalities and schools, they are always investing in young people educational pathways with a high risk of losing them due to that investment. So this is like what we call walk-the-line policies, because they, at the same time that they have the risk of losing their young people, they cannot afford not to invest in their education. So this is tricky for, for schools, for families, and for regional governance that wants to keep their population, and that population means, like more human capital and more resources and more people there, more schools, more, more economy, if you say so. So this is a little bit an overview. I'm always looking to see the screen. It's not there. An overview about the research I've been developing. So as you can see, since 2010, doing different kinds of things, different types of data collection. And I followed young people for 10 years from a small village, and they are all grown up and married and with kids. Some of them return to their regions, and this, what I'm going to show you mainly, it's about returning to their home regions. And now I'm doing a survey, interviews and narratives with young people that went back and decided to return to their regions. So this is the research design. Just to see what is highlighted in purple is the type of data that I'm going to use here to show you a few things. Well, this was the main aims of this small project about young people returning to their home regions, and it's related, of course, with this problem of out-migration and mobility, what some authors call the imperative of mobility. Also to identify some constraints that they have in low-density regions when they decided to go back. In which areas are they investing? So I'm not speaking about these people as losers, but the traditional way of looking to these people was when they returned, they were considered losers because something failed in urban areas, so they couldn't succeed. So I'm going to show you a little bit, something a little bit different from their perspective and from these new generations that are starting to move back to their home regions. And this is not because they are failing, it's because they are, maybe, this is just a maybe now, they are making, they are defending probably new social models on how to live and about their life quality, and they are willing to live differently. So this is just signs that we are receiving and we are digging into to understand this better. So of course they need to, when they go back, they need conditions, they need services, they need public services, they need places to put their kids, they need jobs. So they are not going back for a romantic reasons. They don't have romantic views about their regions. Urban people have romantic views about rural areas. So they are going back because they want to live a little bit different. I'm not saying this is a massive migration to rural areas. There are just a few, but, well, we are interested in understanding that. So for these presentations, this is the data, I'm repeating a little bit, before they leave their regions and then after returning. So this is the main theoretical framework that we are using to work on this. Of course, the imperative of mobility is a big concept developed by Farrugia and others that are, these people are socialized by older generations to leave their regions if they want to succeed in education or in other opportunities regarding employment. So this imperative of mobility is something that they grow up with, but of course this is not a fatality anymore, and so they are proposing other pathways, and they are returning. And Rare Art is one of the authors that we are using, and also others that work on this educational mobilities and returning. So before leaving, that was the data that we have, where we ask young people, more or less 4,000 young people to say where they imagine after secondary education, most of them wanting to go to higher education. And when they pointed where they would like to go to study in higher education, we can see that they prefer to go to big universities, consider with more status, a better status in the country. So we see there from north to south, University of Minho, the University of Porto, the University of Coimbra, and the University of Lisbon. Some of them still points higher education institutions located in the inland, in rural areas, but most of them, as other young people, they want to have an experience outside their regions and they want to go to what they consider the best universities. When we ask them about their future and working in another regions, well, of course they agree with that. They are not so keen in continue studying their region in higher education, so they would never consider that as an issue. Of course, that we know that social economic issues are a constraint when they are deciding to go to higher education. So, of course, they have a positive perspective about living in their regions, so they tend to agree with the fact that there are advantages in living in the countryside, in rural areas. This is also clear, but they also are aware of the constraints that they have in their regions, of course, and the fact that limits their opportunities. They pointed some reasons to leave. Of course, both municipalities and young people and schools, they converge in the reasons to leave: better opportunities, better education. But of course, we can see, even in the reasons to leave, some indications of connections and of strategies to promote place attachment of these young people, even if they leave and when they are already studying outside. So they have also reasons to return, and they refer that before leaving. So they are very clear in willing to return, but with good conditions and after having this experience outside their rural areas. So they consider, of course, if there is a job offer that interests them. But most of these young people, they keep their attachment to their regions. So it was in this first study that we start seeing some indications of young people willing to return. So they tend to agree with this idea of returning to their home region. But of course we can say that before leaving, and then we may decide not to return. And we started working on that later. So we could see this, that mobility, the imperative of mobility is not a fatality. So they can think about returning after graduations. So then we started studying young people that decided to return, to understand their motivations to return. And if they, if these motivations were similar to those mentioned by young people before leaving. So it's still in progress, but we already have more or less 100, it's not much, responses to this survey, and we also have 25 biographic narratives developed with young adults that return to their region. So we are already trying to understand that. So most answers are that regarding if they left their regions for higher education, then the majority, yes, they left their regions to study in higher educations. Some of them already left their regions for their secondary education, because in some low-density regions they don't have secondary education. So if they want to have their compulsory education, which in Portugal is 12 years, so they need to move to another municipality to go to another school because they don't have it in their municipality. So, of course, when we ask them if they would leave their regions even with a higher education institution, well, they would agree, of course, with that. So it's very much similar to the other results. So there is never in question leave their regions to study in another place. So this is a given. So the combination between the survey and the biographic interviews, they explain a few topics that are, in our perspective, interesting to analyze. So why they return? So the tradition in literature is to consider that social and economic factors are the main reason to return. So what these young adults that return are telling us that is not enough to interpret and to analyze their reasons. So it's not just because they need to go back to their families and have their help. It's not just that anymore. Of course, they don't want to. They want to have good condition, good life condition. But they refer three aspects. So one is that economic determinism of failure is not an explanation. Another explanation to return is the emotional ties, so the place attachment, sense of belonging to their regions, the fact that they never lose their ties with their families or friends or activities promoted by the municipalities, because municipalities do this in some of these low-density regions. They create strategies to keep young adults that are in higher education away from their home regions, to keep them close to their regions and not to lose their attachment, their place attachment. And the other reason is new social values. This is just an hypothesis that we are now exploring. So new social values that are organizing these young adults' decisions and pathways. So this means that we need new theoretical, methodological, analytical tools to understand these new trends and these new mobility for the inlands and for rural areas. And also because, even the concepts of development, progress, they need to be updated. Because they are urban-centered concepts with an idea about what is development and what is progress, and these concepts are not working anymore to analyze what's going on and to explain why these young adults are effectively returning. So we asked them when they decided to return to their home regions, and of course the majority is right after graduation. Another group of young people, young adults, said it's about the 5 years after graduation. The literature on this topic usually say that we need to expand our analysis to explain returning 5 years after the graduation. But it's this is their answer regarding the explanatory factors for returning. They are not associated so much with the financial support from their families. And those small texts are from their narratives. Apparently, they have integrated in their minds this idea of returning. We asked about the pandemic because could have some kind of explanation for their returning, but well, their answers are very clear in not agreeing that the pandemic was the main factor for them to return, because some of them needed to return, of course, because they couldn't stay at the university. But it's not the main factor, but we wanted to put that explanation aside to be sure that that was not an important factor. Of course, an important factor are what some authors call the emotional geographies, or geographies, typologies of affection. These are, in our perspective, one of the strongest, or at least most relevant reasons for them to go back. So it's about their roots, about their connections. families and friends, so high agreements with this, of course, that when they keep these ties, it's more strong in explaining why they return. And of course, new social models regarding, for example, quality of life, and they tend to agree with this factor to explain their, to return to their regions. And of course, we are willing to know what they are doing in their regions when they go back. So how they see themselves, contributing for their regions. This is something that we already found in the first study. So before leaving, many young people in the secondary education, when we interview them and inquire them, they were saying that they would like to go back and pay back their regions and return to their regions the investment that schools, families, and communities did for them. So we were not surprised when we saw how these young adults that returned are investing in their region, how are they understanding their investment and their contribution to their low-density regions. So, of course, they are contributed at economic level, creating new business, traditional business with an upgrade because they are very skilled in other competencies, namely digital competencies. So they are not just reproducing, traditional way of working, namely in agriculture, for example, but they are putting their expertise and initiatives back there. They are, through their professions, contributing to the dynamics of their regions. They are also feeling that they contribute to their regions because they are involved, for example, in associations and civic participation, political participation in their regions. Some of them are already involved in, local governance bodies. And also they say that they are contributing because they are consuming, they have their kids there, they are raising their kids there, they are in schools, there are schools that are open because they have kids there and they are contributed with that. So this is just empirical data confirming what I was saying. This is not very, very important. Of course, that I am finishing. When we ask them what do they need to settle there with quality in those regions, they point these three types of conditions, of course. Conditions regarding employment, better and more employment with more quality, opportunities to, develop their professional skills, better working conditions, better policies for youth employment, measures to attract new business, because we know that this can work as anchors to other kinds of services. If there is no schools, if there is no business, there is no public services. Sometimes the only public service that is still open in those regions are schools. So when a school closes, it's not just a school, it's a public service that would attract people, other services. Of course, conditions regarding to housing. We know that the prices are rising in Portugal and in other countries, and this is a problem even in rural areas. And, of course, better conditions for cultural, leisure activities, because they are there, they need cultural offers. So this is just to finish. So they agree that their regions need to invest in young people, and they also think that, this is a little bit balanced, but they don't agree that their regions offer services enough. So this is just some conclusions, which is more or less related to what I was saying. Thanks to people that also helped me in organizing this, that work with me, and the references. So thank you very much for your attention and patience.
Thank you so much. So now we have a couple minutes for question and answers with our two invites. speakers. So if anyone wants to participate. Yeah.
No? Oh, yes. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentations. I was wondering if Rosario's speech has something to do with Sophia's speech, because at some point Rosario told us that the ESF has more impact in low educated young people in regions with less level of specialization. And Sophia told us that high educated young people from those regions may make the difference in those regions. So are the politics, European funds and politics wrong in investing in those kind of young people, or is a way to put them more educated and more specialized, and then they work as the young people Sophia was telling us? And another curiosity, I was very curious about what kind of strategies some rural municipalities create to maintain the sense of belonging of young people. Can you elaborate a little more? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. So I don't have like a very specific answer for your question, but I would say that the European Social Funds is generally a policy that is targeted towards upper secondary educated people and lower secondary educated people. So it's not a surprise that the impact is higher for this group. At least from like the country that I know, like the European Social Funds, for example, in Spain, fund only very specific program for example, like in research, in higher education research, the European Social Funds co-found part of some program, but specifically it addressed like lower secondary educated people and upper secondary educated people. So it's not, I would say, not a surprise that the impact is taken by this group. What is surprising is, at least from like our finding, is that this pattern is very consistent across the level of specialization, and we do know that there could be like some issue about the data that we are using, and like we did a lot of sensitivity and uncertainty analysis about that. So we are pretty confident that this should be the case, but also like we know that there are a lot of mediating effects that we don't observe, such as like, for example, the administrative capacity of the regions, which could of course affect how these funds is spending and how the final impact is and the final impact that is taking place in the space. So this, of course, should be analyzed across like specific region. And I would say that, for example, for the case of Catalonia, the European Social Funds is mostly like I don't have the exact number right now, but the number that is like devoted to higher education people is very, very marginal.
So trying to focus on municipality strategies. Most of the municipalities in Portugal, I'm not sure if it's just low-density regions, rural municipalities, but from these places, I'm sure they all have some kind of financial support for young people that leave their regions to go to study in another university. So all of these young people that enter in higher education, the minute they enter, they have a small scholarship, a small fund to use it, for example, for accommodation and for transportation, for example, or this kind of thing. So municipalities have this financial support to everyone that enter in higher education from that, and this creates a connection because they have activities attached to that financial support, so they keep connection. Another thing is exactly this. They keep track of these young people when they leave, because they are just a few in some regions. So they know where they are, and they involve them, for example, as role models of young people that are, for example, in secondary education. So the connection between schools and municipalities is very strong in this region. They need to network. So by default, there is no, separation between schools and municipalities regarding young people and education. So both of these institutions, they follow young people. But there are a few other specificities that some municipalities develop, for example, involving them in decision making regarding youth policies in their regions. So they invite these young people that are in higher education to be part of working groups. Some are more prolonged in time, others are more, seasonal. But to decide, for example, the municipality youth plan, for example, so they involve them in, issues that regard young people that are still there, but, youth policies. So they involve them in that. Or in other type of programs regarding leisure and culture. So they are always, trying to not to lose sight of those young people, even if they know that some of them will not go back. So they are involved also in local bodies of governance as well. Even if when they are abroad, they are part of the bodies and they participate there. Also, they motivate young people to be part of some associations that are located in those regions. There are not much associations. That's why sometimes data regarding young people participation in those regions are presented as low, but they are low because they don't have so much places to participate. They just have, like some political bodies, local policy bodies to be part, but just a few. And they are not having much association because there are less young people and they don't create. They don't have, for example, in some municipalities, the municipal council of youth, because they need a specific number of associations to be constituted. And if there are not so much young people, there are not so much associations, so this body doesn't exist. But nevertheless, a considerable number of municipalities are developing that strategies, not alone, with other local organizations and specifically with school, but they keep track of those young people. They are helping me in reaching young people for example, for the survey, because this is very difficult I cannot just send a questionnaire and away, because this is very, I need to know where they are, to know those who return. So it's a harsh survey to deliver, because I cannot find it. I cannot just send, for example, the alumni of the universities, for example. So that's it. And what came from my mind, because I might remember other strategies as well later. Yeah, just to pick up a little bit the question that you made to my colleague, the investment in young people from secondary education, it will pay back in the future, even if with young people that goes to higher education. So I think that this support specifically for these groups, I think will benefit later. I think probably it will influence also for them to go and further education as well. So hopefully, but these young people that return, they are high qualified. I don't want to, by saying this, I don't want to say that the other young people are not worthy. Those who stay there, it's not our intention with this study. It's not say, look, these young people are highly qualified, they are returning. It's not that, because I think they have a very interesting role in, in also doing some kind of social learning in their communities, and like serving as social role models to those young people that are dropping out school, or that just doing secondary education and not going to higher education. So, and they are skilled, and they were outside. They have also other experiences. So, but I don't want to make the impression that we are not looking to young people that stay there because probably they couldn't have the chance to being mobile to go to the big universities in urban centers. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. We are out of time because we are supposed to be coming from the coffee break now. You have the time now in the coffee break to probably make some questions to our guest speakers. So thank you so much to Sofia and Rosario. And we will come back in 10 minutes, okay? So thank you so much. Okay, welcome back to our conference. Now we'll start with the presentation of the results and futures of the working groups. As you know, we have 5 working groups in our cost action, and we will start with the working group about education and employment. So we have here with us Heidi from the working group 2, from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications of the University of Tartu, Estonia. He's responsible of youth employment develops. We have also Claudia from the working group 3 about employment. She is a senior researcher of the Institute of Quality of Life in Romania Academy, with more than 20 years of experience in implementing research projects in different areas like child protection, social services. And finally, we have Beatriz Rinaldi. She will make some comment after the presentation of the working groups as a critical friend. She is from the DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission, and she is a policy officer of the unit of the vocational education and training in the Director General of Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion of the European Commission. So we will start now this session making some questions about the working groups, in this case working group 2 about education, and working group 3 about employment. And we want to know now the main and most significant result of this working group. So Heidi, you can start.
Also, hello from my side. Oh, it's not working.
This one.
This one. It's working? Oh, okay. Okay, I will have to. Okay. So hello also from my side. So first of all, thank you for the possibility to be here and share the results of our working group. I was a vice chair, so also here is Chair Paul. So if you have any questions, also Paul is here. But and also thank you for the other participants in this working group. Because the topic is rural, I also say that I'm from the small town, and at the moment I'm working in the ministry, and I think that one thing what I really try to do there is that all the time to say, yes, if you make different policies, it's not that the needs are only in the big towns. They are, if you think about the challenges, they're more rural areas. So this is the thing I really tried to do in Estonia. But also in this network I had the possibility to be a co-author with Emre, who is also here, because for us was very interested to find out and let's say to spread the word that we need more youth-centered policies, and this was also very interesting part for me for this network. But at the moment, I'd like to say some words, not just as a participant of this working group, but also as a stakeholder, or somehow translate those conclusions to the policy language, we can call so. And before that, I think that if we talk about the conclusions, we also need a context to understand where we can use those conclusions or the suggestions. So I'm also the coordinator of the Youth Guarantee in Estonia, and the last week there was a meeting in Brussels also where all the coordinators were together. So we decided to look a bit more clearly where we are right now and what are the main challenges or the suggestions. And as you already know, that the Youth Guarantee have been here like 10 years, so it's a second period we can call it, and we already learned a lot, and we also, we can say, see a lot of challenges. 50 million youth is already participated, but we still have 8 million needs when we think what is the situation today. But the problem is that only 1/3 will get really fast help, let's say, in the 4 months. So we have a lot of ways, or we need a lot of changes to think that how to solve this problem. And 60% is after 6 months in the labor market. And I don't know, maybe you already know that, but in April there will be a new study by Eurofund. You can find it probably in April in this under the publication part, study on young people's social situation, where they also look at the situation of the youth guarantees in different countries. So they told us already a little bit about it, and the needs are rather women in the rural areas, economically vulnerable, and they have a lower education. But I think that's what we already know also, because we have done this network already 4 years. But what they also noticed that the youngsters, they don't want to go to work anymore. And 50% they maybe want to change in this year, and 50% maybe next year. So there are a lot of problems with the youth, because they have a kind of attitude. And I think when we had the last conference in tracking, and there was also told that the youngsters, if they are in vulnerable situation, they don't trust so much best networks anymore. They need more like closest networks. So there are a lot of problems, how to really solve and outreach them. And maybe if you talk, because we're talking right now about education and employment, so there was also the BESS study, and they also published in April, and the representative was here also in the tracking conference months ago. So what is maybe important to know, that the best they try now to outreach youngsters also through the schools. So one very important suggestion also, what we had last week, because it was first time when the youth guarantee coordinators and BESS network was together. So how really, help already when the youngsters at school, and what kind of services can BESS already provide then? Because at the moment around 30% of the youngsters also already outreach through the schools. So probably this is the thing what we have to also consider, how it use even more. And so maybe one thing else what I would like to say, what I really noticed when we had this meeting, and I think this is also what was said earlier here, that in the services, we look those, let's say, vulnerable youngsters as a normal job seekers, but they are not. So there are too many universal services for them, but they really need something else. So this is already big risk, because now we already have systems for the needs, but maybe not so much yet. We can now talk it's holistic or tailor-made services, but still there are big problem, because even if you outreach them, we are not able to help them. But now, maybe before I will say some results, maybe one topic for me also when I tell the results of our working group is that, and I think it started again when we had the last conference and also in this meeting, that there are still a lot of youngsters, so something we are doing wrong. But what? And maybe one thing is that we concentrate too much who they are not, and instead who they are. And if we think who they are, then we probably go where they are. And we don't want to outreach them or send them somewhere where they don't recognize themselves. So this is probably something when I looked also what was the results of our working group, that if to translate it that way, maybe there are more meaningful things. So maybe we have to change something. But what we noticed in this working groups, of course, if we think about education and we think where they are, let's say the youngsters, so probably some of them at school and some of them, if you talk about the rural areas, they're probably in the NGOs, community centers, youth centers, or that kind of social programs or education programs are the closest one. So for sure, we noticed or we conclude that so formal and non-formal learning is the first way to support rural youth. So it's easier to know about them, to outreach them, to support them. So, of course, our work, there was different ways. First was a report. We looked different interventions, and then we also have an article about it. And I think it's understandable that, of course, the state level is responsible for the different ministries. And there are other parts in this network, like a PES network, municipalities, youth institutions, local NGOs. But we noticed when we looked at those approaches or the interventions that it's more effective if to delegate those interventions to the ones who are closest one, again, to the youth. So it's really important. We can, manage everything in the state level, but those who will really provide need to be very closest one, because the youngsters, they trust them more than maybe official institutions sometimes. We also noticed that when we are creating different formal or, let's say, generally educational policies, then it's very easy to just take the state-level data and decide what to do. But we really need to look meso and micro level different interventions and data, because then you really understand the story behind the numbers. So it's this is something what we really have to consider. And also that the meso level institutions, the kind of mediators between state and intervention providers, because during that we have a kind of co-creation or the dialogue, so we can, change each other's understandings and design the education we really need. And also that if there is no different levels agreement, so then if you work with the youth, it's not, possible to provide smooth education interventions. But what we also noticed is the resources. Even if you talk about today the ESF, if you look like NGOs or the non-formal learning, where is part the non-formal learning in these interventions, there are projects, let's say, the money is finished and the program is finished. And this is really a big problem for many, that kind of interventions, that even if they are very effective ones, no one don't adapt those. They're just finished. So the youngsters, they are already used to have that kind of interventions, and then it's finished. And sometimes we even continue. We look those interventions, and sometimes they even continue. But then it's already, the team is lost, and people already changed the world, and to start again, it's a quite big problem for us. So maybe. Maybe end of this, I will say just one example from Estonia to understand how those different levels can really change or make the changes. Even if I know that Mario said it's just 5 minutes, but I have a message to say. So in Estonia, we decided that to change the educational law. Before it was like compulsory schooling, you have to be there like in 9th class or till 17, but now we change it. So we're transforming this word to learning obligations, that everybody understand that it's not possible to learn only at school or the house of school. So now all the other areas have to change their laws, their understandings, not just at a state level, but also in a local level, because we really support the youngsters at local level, and so we need a common case management. So, and because of that, there are a lot of changes now, and I really hoped when I started that my big wish is that we somehow change the concept of the needs, and we really can, support them there, where they are and who they are, because then they recognize themselves, and as I said, that educational and non-formal learning interventions are the closest one very often. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. So now some minutes with Claudia for the for the working group 3.
Okay, I promise not to speak too much, but first of all, I would like to start to present the results of our working group, because I think it's time to be proud of our work, even if you know that all the time I said more and more and more, to publish more, to have more articles, to have another book and so on. Now I can say, after I saw these results, that we should be proud of what we realized in all these 4 years. It was a long journey for us, but it was a journey with a lot of results at the end. And I will start not only with the result that we have in Working Group 3, because we have 2 years more before Working Group 3. So I think we should mention also the result that we have before, that are very useful for further research in this topic. So first of all, we have 2 manuals, one for the classification of intervention practices with rural needs. And in this manual, we propose a methodology to analyze this type of best practices or interventions, and we make a lot of criteria, indicators, how to evaluate this type of best practices in order to be able to compare this type of intervention, not only in our country, but between countries. So this is a useful instrument that could be used for further research. Then we have a manual for the methodological best practices in research dedicated to rural use, and Emre was the leader of this deliverable, with a lot of insights related to methodologies that can be used in research dedicated to rural needs. Then we have an event, a big event in Brescia, the conference that we organize on rural use and new use guarantee, in which we have a lot of papers presented with many researchers, and our colleagues from Italy, from University of Sacro Cuore, did a great job to organize this conference. Then we have reports on employment and employment services that are published on the website, and today I don't have the presentation with all the images, but I invite you to go to our website, because you can find there a lot of resources that can be used as evidence in policies or in further research. We have a policy report that we presented last year in Brussels, and we have a meeting with stakeholders. The report was on youth employment support services and advancing green job opportunities. That part with green jobs opportunities was the idea of Anastasia, and I want to thank for all the coordination of this policy report. Then we have 2 special issues on quality of life, with a lot of articles related to policies, but also to sustainability in rural areas. We have also another special issue on youth and society that Paul coordinated in the second year of the project. because we were in pandemic and we don't know what to do, and we think that it's time to publish more and more in that period. Okay, and we have the book chapter related to employment and reinforced youth guarantee. So it's the last deliverable that we have in this working group, but is not the less important one. I think is the final work of our working group, and is also with a lot of insights related to this flagship policy at the EU level. And I have 2 minutes? Okay. Only some points, some results of our work. You can find that also in our papers, but I think it's important to highlight some issues, some of them related to what we should do in the future in our research, some related to policies, but not so much, because Heidi already mentioned a lot of things that we should do in the policy in the future. So for research, I think it's time to make more impact evaluation. We discuss about evaluation of policies, but we need impact evaluation, not only to see if we get some results. It's important to see how we get that results and what is the impact at individual level, but also at the systemic, what is the systemic change of the policy. So when we look at youth guarantee or reinforced youth guarantee, is not only about how many needs we employed. Is not about how many needs we have in educational system. Is what changes we have, what changes in terms of habits, in terms of behaviors, what changes we have at the system level, what we can change in order to have better policies in the future. And I think this should be done also by using the evidence that we produce in this cost action, but in our future research. Then I think we should look at new green digital competencies, because we discussed at the EU level about twin transition and triple transition. So we should look all the time at what is new in the policies in order to adapt our research also at this part. And it's not only about adapting the research, is to see if the policies could be implemented and what we should do at the rural level in order to have green skills, in order to have digital skills, because yes, we know we have less access to services, we have less lower education and so on. But we should see, yes, we propose to have green policy. We can implement this green policy in rural areas. We have people that can implement our policy. It's not only about designing, it's to see if really we can do this. And also, I think we should have more analysis on active labor market policy instruments and about their relevance for young people. We have a lot of active labor market instruments, training, internship, trainship, apprenticeship, and so on. But all these instruments are relevant for young people. What do they want? We should look at what the young people really want for them in order to develop. And if we go to policy, I think we should have more priority, more focus on vulnerable groups. If we look at the policies, and I think Rosario already mentioned, most of the measures are more efficient if the people has better education and better skills, not for the most vulnerable. So we should see what is missing in our policy. Then we should address the geographic disparities. Don't forget that, yes, we have this project on the rural areas, but we have not only rural as vulnerable areas, we have more other areas. So we should be more focused on them. and not only to focus on them, to see how they can tailor the national measures to their local context. We need more flexibility in order to adapt these type of national policies to the local needs. And then, yes, we should have these tailored measures for rural needs and for other needs. But, you know, the problem is that in order to have these tailored measures, we should have a good knowledge of the needs. So it's not only about better policies, it's about knowing their needs in order to adapt and to tailor and to have these tailored measures at their level. So that's it for the first question.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I think you already make some points of the next about the future. So we'll talk now about some points about the future, in your opinion, next decade in policies, research related with employment and education. So some reflections, and then we will open the discussion to all the members, because most of here are members of the working group, so we can reflect all together, and then we will have the wrap-up of Beatrice. So what's next in your topics?
So I have like 4 messages or the ideas how we can go on, or what to look more deep way. So the first thing is already what Claudia mentioned, is how we measure our results or the interventions or the services. So at the moment, because of the concept of the needs, the most of the indicators are labor market ones. So, and if I'm thinking about education or the welfare or the social field, so probably this is something where we have to really look more deep at what are the indicators also in the other areas, or how they influence somehow how we design or provide or those services. So I really think that we need to understand the different indicators to also design better employment the labor market services. So this is the first thing. So the second thing is that we probably have to look more deep all those educational services or the interventions, that why they are working, and is it just short term or it's also the long term changes. So, and I think what is really important is that the third idea is that it's quite a good question that how we really reach the right youngsters to the right services, and why, or what we need to do in those services that this change is permanent. Because it's very often so that, yes, we outreach the youngsters, we send them to the services, but after 2 months they already lost or something like this. So already in the case management or the outreaching or supporting them, we have to think a little bit more. So what are those factors or the needs that we need to understand and design through that our new services to support them. And also what motivates to stay them. At least in Estonia we see that after 2 months they already lost if there is no extra coach or mentors or somebody. So something we need to do a bit differently. And I think this is something what we really need to reach. And the fourth one is when we talk about the digital skills, and I know there are already a lot of researches or studies about it, but when we think that the vulnerable youngsters, they have a better digital skills, so probably now they have even more information what they can reach. So are we ready for that they are now even more vulnerable? So what else we need to do do that we give them digital skills, but something else, how really they translate all this information or be ready what they can see there. This is not just the digital skills. So again, something what to look when we talk about the service, educational services, and also the green skills. There are always the question at the moment, I think in every country you provide them different services or trainings, and some of them are green skills trainings. So the youngsters, they prefer maybe the other one, but we have a kind of pressure to also send them to the green ones. So what will happen when we really start to push them somewhere? Maybe they don't recognize that this is the first thing they need, even if the screen skills or the technologies are important. So it's again somehow can influence them. So those are the questions maybe what we need to look more deep.
Thank you.
Okay. It's not so easy because I consider that we have a lot of things to do on this topic in the future years. Even if we write a lot of articles, book and so on, reports, I think it's a lot of work to do in this area, and we just start the discussions in some points. Is not a final discussion, let's say, because it's impossible to say that we know what are the factors that trigger young people to employment or not. It's very difficult to say that we discover the best evidence and we don't need something else. So I think it's more work to do on the topic. For example, starting from what we did in Working Group 3, the evaluation of Youth Guarantee and Reinforced Youth Guarantee is only the beginning. We start to put some criteria and some indicators for impact evaluation, but maybe we should revise and improve these indicators in the future, because we can see that at the EU level they started the discussion about the efficiency of the program. Is more to have an efficient programs in some countries. Even if we observe some improvements in some of EU countries, we have in others not so many improvements. And I discuss about Romania because I know very well what is happening in my country, with a lot of money but no improvements in NEET's problem. Then I think our methodologies that we developed to compare best practices could be used in the future in research in order to be able to identify not only what was good in the policies, what was good in the best practices. It's important also to see what didn't go very well. Because, we learn a lot from our mistakes, not from our good things. So maybe if we can share also this unpleasant part, let's say, because we like to discuss about best practices, not about what was wrong, maybe we can learn and not repeat the same mistakes in other countries or in other contexts. And yes, we start the discussion about the concept of needs. We start to see how the policies should be adapted to needs, and that is not enough to have the general concept of needs in our policies. We should look at different categories of needs, but is only at the beginning. Maybe the concept of needs should be improved, should add more categories in what we consider as needs, but is only the starting point of this discussion, and I think in the further research we should discuss if yes, we can add or is not time to add more other categories. I think it's enough.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, so now is the turn of the colleagues that I work in these two working group and the others. So we have one question there.
One reflection and a provocation. because there was a lot of self-criticism. Something is not working indeed. And I was thinking, do I know anyone identifying as a NEET? Is this an identity you carry and you present yourself with? And I don't, because it's not. It's a policy jargon. Let's pay attention to language in these outreach efforts, in how we frame the conversation, how we engage with this constituency that is far from homogeneous. Probably approach by adopting intersectionality sensitive lens, looking into gender, socioeconomic status, ethnic background. If they belong to minorities, for instance, this might add another layer. And as a mindset for policy making, to shift from deficit-based models, what they lack, what they need, into strength-based models, what they are good at, what they like. I think this would make a change in the way we frame the conversation and we address the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. So you want to add?
I just want to comment that that's what I said before, that we have to think that who they are and who they are not. Instead, yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, I think it's a good reflection. And we have also some presentation in January on the tracking, other project tracking about these other issues related with YAO. So it's an open reflection and it's good. So
I got also like another point that I would like to add. In my research, at least when I looking at the very specific in, for example, like active labor market policies for higher education graduate, what is lacking, and also like it's a general consideration, there is a lacking of the theory of change behind the policy. So we are basically reproducing also in our research the policy jargon about like the mechanism that is behind, but there is no like academical thinking behind about what is like the theory of change that this policy are like putting forward. And I think that this is like a route forward for like academic research, and we cannot reproduce only like policy vulgata in our research.
Okay, I can, even if it's a comment, I can complete something. In our research, we look at this part of intersectionality, even if I discuss more about needs, but I have to stay in 5 minutes. Even if we discuss about needs, we look at more dimension of what means vulnerable use in rural areas. And we look at migrant background, if you want, age, education, and so on, to see the intersection between these layers in, and how they impact on the vulnerability. Related to the theory of change behind the policies, yes, it's a good point, because we don't have this type of theory of change. We had an article in Youth and Society related to the narratives that the decision makers use when they look at the evidence that we produce. We produce a lot of evidence, but it's not about only producing evidence, is how you integrate the evidence in the policy and what is the narrative behind the evidence in order to see what kind of measures they propose to us. So even if we can produce the best evidence in the world, depends how the evidence is interpreted by the decision makers and what is the interest of decision makers to do with this evidence. And if we consider that, yes, we can have this evidence, is not such a huge discussion about rural needs or needs in order to see this theory of change behind the policy. Because if we want to see this theory of change, and maybe we can identify some parts of the theory of change when the Youth Guarantee was launched in 2013. Now is not, I cannot see the topics behind. It's like they put green and digital and that is reinforced Youth Guarantee. So is not a theory of change that we have behind the new one. And in some countries, you know, we don't have, for example, like in the previous one, we don't have specific plans for Youth Guarantee. They integrated in the unemployment or employment strategy, and is something that is a part of the strategy, but nothing in force as measure.
Maybe I just also comment that before I said that I was a co-author with Emre, and we looked also at how we create the policy and also the involvement of the youth and designing, thinking, co-creation and that kind of things. So in Estonia we really tried that, and you can also read if you're interested about it. And we already, let's say, there was most of the partners who really deal with the youth in Estonia, and they also had a possibility to say how they feel or how they think that it's really working. And there was also involvement of the researchers, so it was kind of a long process. And now, after that, we decided the frame of the work. There are also resources for the local governments really to do it. I think at the moment we also talk about the services, but in Estonia we say more about the system, that somebody reach, somebody find a good relation, somebody provide the services through the network. So everyone has their own role. This was the one thing I just wanted to say, that we really try that. And now all those municipalities and the counties will come together. And the first question is how we learn through these 4 years. So that we really learn, because usually if you get ESF money, you just send reports, but the reports just stay to the technical people and not so much the other part. So it's really important that this is the first question. And the second one is that also I said already that Francisco, that last week when we had this meeting, I also said that maybe we can also involve more researchers, and they really said that we are welcome to say what we are doing and what are the conclusions. So I really see that more evidence-based work is now also on the table of the Youth Guarantee members.
Thank you. More questions? Reflections?
Yeah, hello. I'm Anya Fortuna. I come from Rural Youth Europe. We are an international organization of rural youth organizations, young farmers, clubs, and 4-H clubs. In Estonia, for example, is our member. And we bring together around 500,000 of young people living in rural areas. And through the first part of the day, and also this after the break, what we are doing is really focusing on non-formal education. And what was said before that I also was, would like to say is that because you do very good work in the statistical sense and research sense, but as what was also mentioned is we're lacking the stories of who these people are, disabilities, gender, really social economic standards and that. But we work and we are those people, so we can bring a lot of this background to it. And what we have experienced is that not necessarily the formal education that really fits you into some boxes, but rather than non-formal education that really gives you these skills and attitudes to have the motivation and power and skills to do the change. So I think that in everything that I was hearing so far, I was lacking a bit this perspective of how can we use different organizations that are already active in this area to inspire those young people that are staying in rural areas and want to live and work there to find something else than to just the opportunity to go into a city and then potentially come back. So what can we do on ground without asking them, like, go out and then come back? This was my input, and for all of you doing different researches, Rural Youth Europe, our Secretary General will take part in the afternoon session. We're really willing to partake in your research, so if you need anything from us, please come to us.
Thank you so much, and we'll take your option also. And we will have at the end of the conference today the next step of our project. So probably you will find there some points in common. So, yeah.
Just one comment on Anya's reflection, because it really is important to understand the gap between where we are standing now as a network and what we need to do next, and we will talk about that later on in the afternoon. But when we started, I don't know, 4.5 years ago, it was really a matter of putting the topic on the agenda of the stakeholders to start with. So this means that the cost action is a kind of a platform where, of course, you work with stakeholders, but we did not do any specific on-the-ground research project, including research projects involving young people. Because that's not the focus of a cost action, which is different of some initiatives that have already resulted from this network. But indeed, I think that one of the next steps, and we will discuss a bit more in the afternoon, is to transform this observatory also in a platform where young people are in with us working on the ground on research projects. Because I would say that in the end, a cost action is a way to organize people and resources so that then you have a platform for the following steps. And that's one of the steps that is now a priority. But we will develop a bit more that idea in the afternoon.
Thank you, Francisco. So more questions, reflections? Yeah.
Just a quick question, but hi, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about all the interventions and also thinking about the connection between the different 4 working groups. And my question is for both of you: how do you see the link between the 4 different working groups, and maybe as a way of doing what so many people were suggesting, as bringing the voices of young people to the projects that we do in relation to policies on employment, but also in relation to policies on education. And maybe, Adi, if you could develop a little bit more on the co-production side. I was really interested on that, on how young people were involved in designing and participating in the design of policies in your country. Thank you.
I have to say, quick reflection.
Quick reflection, but as a very difficult question. Because, if at the beginning we have only 2 working groups, and of course most of us work in 1 or 2 of these working groups, when we have 4 working groups, 5 working groups, but 4 were on different topics, it was more difficult to have common projects in cost action. Because even if we have common projects outside the cost action, we need to work more, I think, more together here. Because there are a lot of links between, yes, we want to have employment, but we have to hear the voice. We have to have participation of young people to hear what they want from employment, what kind of employment they want. Because it's not like, I'm used to work 12 hours per day, but they are not willing to work so much in a day. Maybe they don't want to work 8 hours. And maybe in the future, we should see what are the connections between these working groups in order to work together more. We work with working group 4 more on sustainability. Yes, we have also publication with them. But maybe what you did in the first working group on social inclusion and participation should be explored more in our working groups.
Very short, I promise. I think maybe the link is the youth voice, as you said, that they're always involved in those topics. But just about Estonia, the youth participation is quite strong already many years. So for us, it's totally normal to go to talk with the youth and ask what they need or to involve them. But maybe one thing what is also kind of suggestion of EU because of the year of the youth, what was here some years ago, that suggested every country create kind of cross-sectoral youth council in a state level, so those youngsters are involved in different topics, because then it's easier to understand the holistic view and maybe the challenges in the system. If they're just in one topic, if they are involved, then maybe it's not holistic view, and then it's maybe harder. And of course, the Ministry of Education right now try to do it, but this is kind of challenge right now because let's say some of you still feel that it's too formal, so we are trying to understand. But I think the link between those groups maybe can be the voice of youth, so somehow. But about this designing process, we interviewed around 25 youngsters from this target group, because for them it's hard maybe to be in the same room, because then maybe they are not so open, but through interviews we created personas, we understood them. But of course there was a participation of different youth organizations as well. But it's normal in Estonia, we always involve in policy making different organizations of youth. So
thank you so much for the brief explanation. So now we go for the wrap up. So we go from the bottom, from the down to the top. So
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here with you today. Thanks for the invitation. I'm here representing the European Commission and especially DG Employment. I'm part of the apprenticeships team in the Vocational Education and Training Unit. And I've been working for this institution for the last 15 years, so I'm actually very happy to be here and congratulate the Rural Youth Network for this amazing conference and for all the outcomes that I was able to hear. And also to be a new member of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. I would like to congratulate Francisco Simoes for taking this step forward. And I will give you an overview of our initiative just in a couple of minutes. To wrap up, the comments and the presentations of my fellow panelists, thank you so much for your contributions. I noted down also a few messages that I would like to bring back to our hierarchy. About the outcomes of the working group, I congratulate you on the compendium on best practices and the resources that you have produced, especially the policy report on sustainability in rural areas. I also noted down strongly the need to identify real people needs. So the needs, it's a very nice pun. And also I noted down the importance of coaching and outreach at school. I heard a lot about speaking of higher education since this morning, but I would also draw your attention, also linked to the European Year of Skills, which is still ongoing until May, about non-formal education, which was raised by the audience. and vocational education and training. Actually, why apprenticeships? So I will give you now an overview of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships and European Apprentices Network, just to also make you understand that we really would like to hear young people's voices and to make them heard and to involve them in the policy making. But why apprentices? Why them? Because 2 people in 3 they find jobs just immediately after they finish their apprenticeships. So this is really important. There are not only university careers, there are also other type of careers that can make people happy and having a fulfilling life and career. So I would also like to underline this subject of vocational education and training as an opportunity, as a possibility, and this is not a second choice. This can be the first choice for many, many people. We just organized in February a big conference in this location with the Committee of the Regions and the European Economic and Social Committee with our EU Commissioner. We invited 500 people, young people, coming from all over Europe. They were called champions because they were actually winning competition, European competition, the World Skills and other CEDEFOP awards on what they do. And it was actually very inspiring for us and for all the other young people and the audiences to listen to their first-hand experiences. We had young people working on floristry, working on graphic design, even working on agriculture. So it was really, really inspiring to listen to them and bring them forward and inspire, as the audience was mentioning just earlier, to give motivation and inspiration to young people. So actually our commissioner was saying that every young people need not only 1, not 2, but 3 choices, 3 opportunities and more to have the confidence, to have the motivation to do something. So this could be also a point to raise, like how do we engage these needs? How do we identify them and then engage them by groups? It could be women in rural areas. It could be other kind of minorities or people in poverty or people with disabilities. We know that they face bigger challenges. Like, well, myself, I'm coming from a rural area in the north of Italy, so I know I'm among friends, and I know very well how difficult it is to have a good school, to reach university that can be kilometers away, and the families, they have to invest. But the mindset has to change. It has not to be considered as a cost. It's an investment on the future of our young people. So I'm actually glad that it's called cost action, because I would intend it as an investment. And this is also how our Commission wants to see this. So just now back to what I was introducing before. The European Alliance for Apprenticeships can be one of the solutions, and also the European Apprentices Network could be solutions to network, exchange best practices. I'm very glad that you have you have made this compendium on the best practices, because now the Rural Youth Observatory is a member of the Alliance. You can be part of our discussions and share with 40 countries your best practices. We have 40 countries in the Alliance since 2013. We have more than 430 members. So we have all the European member states and more. We even have partner countries like Israel, Armenia, Georgia. We will hopefully welcome Ukraine this year. So I'm looking forward to this. You know, in 10 years, the European Alliance for Apprenticeships has brought more than 2.5 million opportunities to young people, apprenticeship opportunities. So this is a great achievement, 2.5 million. in 10 years. We have a lot of activities online and in presence, actually aimed to support the quality, the image, and the supply of apprenticeships, and the mobility of apprentices. On the mobility, we have just created a toolkit on mobility of apprentices. It is actually 2 toolkits, so it's like 2 in 1. One for apprentices and one for vet providers. So it's free to everyone, open. It's on our website. You may want to check it out. It is just like 1 pager, so it's easy to read. This is also very linked to other established and flagship EU policies like Erasmus+, and the social fund on mobility. We of course, have a website and a LinkedIn group, which is open to everybody, so you can register. I would like to invite you to enroll. We are organizing 2 in-presence events every year. So this year it's going to be in June. We have a high-level event with our Commissioner Schmidt attending, and the EU social partners. We do it in Brussels, 17, 18 of June. New members of the Alliance hopefully will attend and can network with other partners. We will mainly speak about untapping the potential of needs. So here it comes a link to the overall discussion, and of course other minorities, women, people with disabilities, third country nationals, and adult apprenticeships. We also have a second event in autumn, an presence event. This is in collaboration with the European Training Foundation. It's our EU agency in Torino. We do every year an event in October with them, because this is more linked to the third countries that are within the Alliance. And this year it will happen in Georgia, in Tbilisi. So if you want to join the Alliance, then you might be invited to one of these events at the signing ceremony. Maybe this is a way to convince some of the partners in this room also to join the Alliance. It is free of charge. So the membership, it's free, you can be reassured. I also wanted to mention couple of other initiatives. We have launched last year in June the communities, so also to give a chance to stakeholders and our members to network more and to make the voices heard from the local perspective and the regional perspective. We have created these communities which are for members only, and it's like an online platform where they can interact. One is on learning mobility of apprentices. We all know that it is a big challenge. I mean, we always heard about mobility linked to Erasmus+ and university, in a university context, but it's maybe not so easy in other contexts, which could be vet and apprenticeships. So we would like to facilitate this. We have a community on social inclusion and gender equality. And we also have one on green and digital transitions, of course, and then we have a community on the role of cities and regions, where also I have just heard that the Rural Youth Network belongs. Speaking about apprentices and youth voices being heard, we are supporting, as the European Commission and the Alliance for Apprenticeships, we are supporting the European Apprentices Network. This is a network of apprentices and youth organizations created in 2017, and it has been relaunched in 2020 with a link to the Youth Employment Support Package. They have now just launched, it's on their website and on our website, a survey on mental health, which is online until the 19th of April. So if you are interested, just go and check it out. It's quick and easy to fill in. I've also tried. So, and actually they have asked us, the apprentices themselves, they asked us to support in this matter, because it seems that all over the world, mental well-being is becoming an issue, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. So we want to help them and listen to them and make their voices heard at a European level. So the survey is open if you want to take it or share it. It's on the European Apprentices Network website and the European Alliance for Apprentices website. Just to approach the end of my intervention, we will be having 2 deliverables in the coming months. So we will be publishing in a few weeks a fact sheet on transversal skills, which actually links very well, in my opinion, to the rural areas' needs. Transversal skills, it's, it could be difficult to define, but in my opinion, it is really focusing on adaptability and critical thinking. You know, communication, problem solving, those are all skills that are needed in the community, in the society. It is not only for having a job, you know, for passing an interview. This is really like skills and competencies that we have to have as citizens. So, yeah, adaptability, I would say, the critical thinking and the sense of initiative and entrepreneurship that we could find in rural areas. We have heard before, and we are seeing more and more people going back to the roots, going back with a lot of qualifications and goodwill to the rural areas, to where they came from, to have different lifestyle, to establish new companies, maybe new realities, and this is all for the good. It's a revolution, maybe, also after the pandemic, and now that the teleworking is more and more popular, more people are able to do that, and I think it links very well to the green and digital transition. And this is a paper that you may want to check. It's also going to be 2-3 pages, so don't worry, not too long. And we will have another event just before the high-level event in June. It's going to be on the 19th of April. We are holding a webinar on the tourism and hospitality sector, which to me it also links to rural areas, because also if I think where I come from, I'm coming from a natural park, also close to the coast in the north of Italy, and I also used to work in the tourism sector before coming to Brussels 17 years ago. So I think it's actually good to tap on these sectors, because they can attract people. It is very challenging to work in these sectors. We all know, especially we all know like restaurants and I don't know, waiters and cooks. It's difficult to have this kind of jobs, but we would like to attract people there to show that there are opportunities and not only challenges. Just to close on a commissioner, on the Commissioner Schmidt quote, he said during the event we had in February, he said, "You are Europe." And I believe that. We are Europe, every one of you, every one of us. We have to make the change starting from ourselves. So this is actually what I would like to pass, that we have to inspire other people with our behavior, with our skills, our critical thinking, our communication. We have to inspire people, to motivate them and to give them the confidence, because everyone has a talent. Thank you.
So thank you, our 3 speakers. We are out of time, but it's a quick reflection. Okay.
So in Austria, we have a lot of apprentices, so it's a very popular. I guess Austria is one of the best cases. What the youth is missing is that we have apprenticeships which are future-proof. Like all the climate neutral, all the resilience, all the just transition things have nothing where you can learn hands-on. And I would appreciate if you could reflect or take that back as a feedback from rural youth who would like to stay in their villages and improve the forest to be resilient and fight climate change and all those things.
Thank you, Vahanu, for your reflection. And we go now for a lunch break, and we'll come back at 2. Okay, so thank you.
Just one practical information. Balkan friends, they don't want to listen.
Sorry.
Practical information. If you want to have lunch in the building, we have managed to have lunch in floor 1. So you can have lunch inside. If you want to go outside, you can also go outside, of course. We'll try to do this in more or less 1 hour. So if we can come back around 2:10 to restart, that would be nice. So up to you. But if you want to have lunch here, it's possible, okay? Floor 1.
Start being part of this cost action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot. And collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these 3 years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I immediately apply in order to find, and in fact, I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be a good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
Stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No? The good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit it, especially at the end, the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different level stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place, physical or virtual, in which find information, data, exchange opinion, best practice, and not only at local level but also at global level. So I think it's important for them to find a place in which they have trustable information and exchange in an opening mind way. I mean, not only considering their small experience or big experience, but in their own country, but also compare these experiences with experiences in other countries or other associations in the same countries that they can meet through the platform.
Well, actually, for me, being part of the Rural Coast Action actually was a huge opportunity because I started being part of this Coast Action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot. And collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge about to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these 3 years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I immediately apply in order to find, and in fact I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be
a good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, and international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
Stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No, the good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit it, especially at the end, the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different levels, stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place, physical or virtual, in which find information, data, exchange opinion, best practice, and not only at local level but also at global level. So I think it's important for them to find a place in which they have trustable information and exchange in an opening mind way. I mean, not only considering their small experience or big experience but in their own country, but also compare these experiences with experiences in other countries or other associations in the same countries that they can meet through the platform.
Well, actually, for me, being part of the rural coast action actually was a huge opportunity because I started being part of this coast action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot. And collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these three years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I immediately apply in order to find, and in fact I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be a good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, and international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No? The good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit it, especially at the end the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different level stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place, physical or virtual, in which find information, data, exchange opinion, best practice, and not only at local level but also at global level. So I think it's important for them to find a place in which they have trustable information and exchange in an opening mind way. I mean, not only considering their small experience or big experience, but in their own country, but also compare these experiences with experiences in other countries or other associations in the same countries that they can meet through the platform.
Well, actually, for me, being part of the rural cost action actually was a huge opportunity because I started being part of this cost action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot, and collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge about to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these 3 years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I may immediately apply in order to find, and in fact I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be a good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, and international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
Stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No, the good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit it, especially at the end the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different levels, stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place, physical or virtual, in which find information, data, exchange opinion, best practice, and not only at local level but also at global level. So I think it's important for them to find a place in which they have trustable information and exchange in an opening mind way. I mean, not only considering their small experience or big experience, but in their own country, but also compare these experiences with experiences in other countries or other associations in the same countries that they can meet through the platform.
Well, actually, for me, being part of the Rural Coast Action actually was a huge opportunity because I started being part of this Coast Action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually in from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot, and collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge about to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these 3 years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I immediately apply in order to find, and in fact I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, and international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
Stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No, the good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit, especially at the end, the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different level stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place, physical or virtual, in which find information, data, exchange opinion, best practice, and not only at local level but also at global level. So I think it's important for them to find a place in which they have trustable information and exchange in an opening mind way. I mean, not only considering their small experience or big experience but in their own country, but also compare these experiences with experiences in other countries or other associations in the same countries that they can meet through the platform.
Well, actually, for me, being part of the rural cost action actually was a huge opportunity because I started being part of this cost action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot. And collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these three years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I immediately apply in order to find, and in fact I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be a good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, and international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and the project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No, the good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit it, especially at the end the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different level stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place, physical or virtual, in which find information, data, exchange opinion, best practice, and not only at local level but also at global level. So I think it's important for them to find a place in which they have trustable information and exchange in an opening mind way. I mean, not only considering their small experience or big experience, but in their own country, but also compare these experiences with experiences in other countries or other associations in the same countries that they can meet through the platform.
Well, actually, for me, being part of the Rural Coast Action actually was a huge opportunity because I started being part of this Coast Action in my first year of PhD, actually. So it's a very early career. Even now, you call them young researchers. So it was very important for me to start working actually from the beginning in a network with different researchers from different areas. So interdisciplinarity was from the beginning a huge point that actually impressed me a lot, and collaborating with international researchers that actually I learn a lot from them. So I would say these two things.
Well, for me, the first time was a challenge to know the topic, to go in deep this interesting topic. But after these three years, I'm so happy to work with these young researchers and how they work, and to mix all these multidisciplinary persons, researchers. So it's a good thing to have people from psychology, from economics, from geography, and to know how they see this topic and how they research in this field. So it's so good to have this mix of people.
My dream was always being or making something for young generation, as my daily life or my profession is related to young people, and being in touch with them, listening to their desires, their profession, and what they want to be in the future, opportunities for their careers. How can I find a solution to make an impact or to give them an advantage? When I found this cost action, I may immediately apply in order to find, and in fact I get what I wanted, more promising experiences, practices, knowledge exchange, also networking with key experts on young generations.
So the observatory in the future can develop multidisciplinary knowledge, cutting across different scientific areas in different countries. So we will have the capacity to compare the situation of young people in rural areas across the whole continent.
So I think that there is a lack of research on rural youth, and also a lack of policies and programs focusing on rural areas. So the observatory can be a good contribution in that sense, to conduct research, to help to develop new policies and programs that fit the needs of youth living in rural areas.
Considering the issues that we have with rural youth, not only rural needs, I think the observatory can contribute a lot to raise this knowledge. First of all, with evidence. Yes, we need data, but we need not only quantitative data. We can have this type of quantitative data from Eurostat or from other researches, but we need this type of data, also qualitative data.
I think it's a really important initiative for a couple of reasons. I think it will act as a place to visit in order to find out what's going on in terms of research, initiatives, program development, across a wide range of areas of focus, from policy to education to social inclusion. So for anybody who wants to know anything about what's going on in this space, be it a researcher or be it a citizen, it will act as a beacon or a lighthouse for others to go and visit. And I think that's a really important point to make.
We also have the opportunity to inform policymakers at the regional, national, and international level based on new indicators, new indexes, and complementing, of course, the information that is prepared by the official institutions.
Stakeholders and practitioners can take advantage to the observatory to develop, I think, transformative knowledge, in the sense that starting from knowledge sharing, evidence-based data, it could be helpful for them and for us really to transform this knowledge in act, in the sense that can really, how to say, improve program and project development.
Sure, there is a need of that, not only of data, the need to find data at a national level or local level, but also to identify promising practices. No? The good thing is that we have a lot of countries and there are a lot of promising practices and best practices around. So if we gather all these practices, we can share these practices, and stakeholders and policymakers can benefit it, especially at the end the youth can benefit from all this information sharing.
I think the observatory is very important at different level stakeholders. Actually, what we observe from our research that we clearly lack of data for decision making and actually for evidence-based decision making. So I think the more data we have, the more decisions we can have that really affect young people's situations in rural, remote and disadvantaged areas.
I think that the observatory could be very useful for the stakeholders because they need a place
Okay, welcome back. So, we will follow with our conference. Okay. Okay, so continuing with the presentation of the working groups. So now we go for working group 1 about social and working group 4 about sustainability with Maria and Alem. So we'll present Maria as coordinator of the working group 1 about social. She is assistant professor in sociology, psychology, at the University of Sussex in UK. Research focusing on topics related with collective action, youth, climate justice, and political imagination of climate futures. Alem from the Working Group 4 is from the University of Sarajevo in Bosnia and Herzegovina, assistant professor at this university in the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Services and head of the Department of Agri-Food Economics. The topics is about innovative business model in the agri-food sector, organic and sustainable agriculture and food policy. And we will have the final comment with Nela Marta from the Università Cattolica do Sacro Cuore in Milano, full professor in social and community psychology at the University of Brescia, where she is the director of Cerisvico Research Center on Community Development and Organizational Quality of Life, and president on EduCat and member of Science Committee of Job Report Institute. So we will start with the same structure of the last session. So first, they will present the main result and reflections about social, Working Group 1, and sustainability, Working Group 4. So, starting with Maria.
Thank you. So I'd like to start first to thank all the working group members, the working group 1 members. Although I'm here talking about the findings and how we see the future of a working group, I really think that the work that we did in the working group 1 was very collaborative. So it's the result of a teamwork. And also, Tatiana Ferreira is the vice leader of the group, so she also played a key role in the working group 1. So thank you for that.
So the working group 1 was focused on social inclusion and social networks. We are very much interested on how to promote the social inclusion of youth in rural areas, so needs in particular needs in rural areas. And we came from very different backgrounds, from social psychology to agricultural economics as well, public health, sociology, political sciences, sociology. So a lot of different backgrounds in the group. But we all share the interest in participation, so how to engage or how to promote youth participation. So we decided to work on that as the main topic of our working group. We were also interested in collecting some data, although the cost action didn't provide funding to actually do research. In our working group, we did a mapping of community-based projects. And as I said, we were really interested in projects that were aiming to give voice to young people. And we were also very much interested in the community dimension, so the community level of those projects. So we started by doing a survey. We mapped 43 projects across Europe. And then following that, we did some interviews with 5 different projects in different countries because we wanted to explore some issues related with the sustainability of the project and how people that were actually involved in implementing those community-based projects were considering the voices of young people and engaging young people in the process of designing and implementing those community-based projects. So in terms of findings, we, based on the mapping, we saw that a very small percentage of projects actually involve youth in early phases of the project. So young people tend to be involved in the project as participants, not really as co-designers, or so they don't inform the development of those community-based projects. So only a few actually mention youth as co-designers and involved youth since the beginning until the end of the project. Our analysis also shows that those projects that were more sustainable were those that were more community-based and more they paid more attention to tailor their approaches to the needs of the youth in that particular specific rural area. Yeah, and in terms of another factor that was also key to create sustainability of those projects were related with the level of partnerships that those community-based projects were able to create. So not only with institutions, public institutions, but also with community organizations, schools, so organizations that are involved in that they act in the community. So those 3 things were crucial to ensure the sustainability of the projects. Our work also, we were also able to identify some barriers and obstacles in engaging young people and promoting their participation in those community-based projects. So we identified 4 different types of barriers. Of course, this is based on adults' perspectives, most of them adults' perspectives on the barriers that young people perceive in engaging with those community-based projects, but still is an important reflection because, at least in the interviews, we interview people that were in the field, so they were really acting at the community level. So the first barrier is related with individual level, so lack of awareness of the existence of the project, for example, a very simple barrier, but there is still so lack of barrier, lack of awareness, also lack of interest. An important factor was lack of trust in those projects, in the institutions that were promoting the project. At the more organizational level, so in terms of the organization, there was some barriers related with the lack of resources, and by this I mean not only financial resources, but also human resources, so lack of people able to implement the projects on a full-time basis. At the community level, we also identify some barriers connected with a lack of transport to access those community-based projects. A very simple issue, but that was highlighted by, I believe, in several responses to our survey, but also in the interviews. And also a lack of physical space, so a place to meet, where to meet. This was identified as a key factor also constraining youth engagement in those projects. And then, of course, there is more structural barriers related with the level of bureaucracy involved in some of those projects. And those were considered an important barrier as well. Yeah, so basically in terms of main findings is this. You can see these findings in a more detailed way in the publications that we did in the Working Group 1. So there is a report, a book chapter, a policy brief, but I think I highlighted what were the main findings from our work. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria. So now we will, yeah. So now Alan from...
Okay, thank you, Mariano. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here, to have an opportunity to share some of the insights that we identified among the Working Group 4. Also, I would like to thank to all my team members for their support, for their engagement through this, I don't know how many years, and it passed very quickly. And as already identified by the different representatives of the working groups, there's many different factors that are influencing youth development patterns. And we, within our working group 4, we were trying to understand it from a little bit broader perspective, to understand what are the, we call it in one of the reports, we call it visible and less visible factors that are shaping youth development trajectory. And as Mariano already introduced me at the beginning, so my background is agri-food economics, and I tend to share you some of the insights into that specific field. But one of the elements that I'm proud of is joining of this cost action provide me opportunity to learn more from the different perspectives from the different members. And I also realize it while reading the available resources and literature that many of these initiatives that are mentioned are, let's say, straightforward. They are looking only into the one specific part, ignoring the other elements of the pattern that can be very critical for the youth development patterns. In that sense, our working groups try to sum up different elements, and we produce, or we were engaged in producing the manuals that the colleagues mentioned earlier. Also, several scientific publications were produced. A chapter of the book as a final output of our work is also over there. And some of the elements that we mentioned there are gender imbalances, underemployment, out-migration, early school leaving, higher need rate, poor infrastructure. And then from these elements, you can realize they are very country-specific, some territory-specific, space-specific, as our colleague mentioned it earlier. And while I was thinking how to approach to this auditorium, to this event, then I was thinking what would be a major recommendation from all our publications and all our efforts. Then there's a few highlights. One of them is that most of these efforts are having a cumulative challenge in terms that they are not consequences of one specific factor, but there are many factors reflecting into that specific elements, but all of them are resulting in a poor environment and not attractive environment for the youth, forcing them to move away from the rural areas. One of the elements that we also tend to mention is that the final result is not only that youth are migrating from the area, but it's the matter of the whole ecosystem that is failing to work. And then if you fail to activate that ecosystem, then you are having a problem. You have the abundant region, and which is hard to rejuvenate, as we said. That's part related to the identified challenges and risks. And then we also, in many of our outputs, we tend to identify many different initiatives that are produced. We tend to say there's an explosion of different initiatives all over the world that are proving that something can be done in that terms. And our colleagues in other working groups also identify different initiatives. And the aim of these initiatives is to challenge malfunctions of the systems that I said before. And then some part where I am deeply involved is to understand what can be done. As agriculture is a major source of the activity in rural areas, we tend to say that it's not enough. So agriculture could be supported with many different other activities in those regions. Those activities should be highly diversified. And in that sense, we somehow highlight that the role of agri-food system is somehow diminished. Food, or the production of the food, is seen as a simple system that someone is producing food and selling it to you, or selling it to bring it closer to the consumer. But the multifunctional environment in which the agri-food system is operating is neglected. And we pointed it out that many different activities, initiatives should also take into the consideration that the food is not only about the production of the food, because there's a larger context behind it, and national, local, regional, or whatever activities should be focused on diversification of the activities in agri-food sector in rural regions. And for now, that's all from my side.
Thank you. So now we have reviewed the past, what we did in this 4 years and a half. Now we look to the future. So how you see the next decade in policies, research, in your topics in social and sustainability?
Thank you. Yeah, I could have brought many different things, but I decided to focus on 3 things that based in the work that we have been doing in the working group 1, well, at least I think that they are the most relevant ones to implement in the working group 1. And the first one connects with this idea of youth-led research. I think, and I think this is something that is shared in the working group 1, that we need to increase we need to increase youth engagement in the projects that we do. So either in terms of research, but also in policies, in the design of policies, as we discussed this morning, and also in designing interventions and community-based projects for them. So if they are the target group, they should be involved in the whole process. So I think that this will be probably one of the priorities of the working group 1, is to bring youth-led approaches to the center of the things that we do. And connected with this, it's also key to bring more intersectional perspectives. And this is something that we started to discuss in the working group 1, but also I see in the other working groups. But it's not something that we have developed yet, in the sense that we need to look at whole youth needs from an intersectional perspective. So being a female in a rural area is not the same as being a male, and also being a migrant or having a migrant background is not the same. Class is also an important factor that we often don't consider. So having money and living in a rural area, it's a quite different experience from being poor in a rural area. So I hope that those perspectives, so intersectional perspective, will lead also the work that we do at the working group 1. And finally, and this connects with the topic of this roundtable, social inclusion and sustainability, I think it's key to everything that we do related with sustainability, climate change, and also social inclusion, that we start to look at those issues from a very intersectional perspective as well. So if we design projects that are with this lens of being sustainable, we need to consider the social inclusion as well. So we need to consider always the social aspects of the projects that we are developing, either in terms, even if the goal is to promote or to address climate change. So we need to bring social justice and social inclusion to the core of those approaches as well. And at the same time, in all the projects that we design to work with rural youth, we need also to integrate more sustainability as a topic as well. So I see these intersections between climate, sustainability, and social inclusion as key for the work that we do in the future, or at least my hope is that we put this at the center of the work that we'll be doing in the Working Group 1.
Our working group should or could work in many different aspects because we just scratched the top of the iceberg that I mentioned before. So there's many different elements that are still missing. As we tend to say, the situation about NEET start to become attractive just recently. So there's many different areas that can be covered. There's already several initiatives that we started and that we are going to pursue in the next period. There's several ongoing research activities. But we also highlight several topics that we would like to focus on and then to spread it among our network and then to try to involve them in different kind of activities. We split them into the 4 major topics. One of them is territorial development. The second one, the synergy and the networking. Third one, creativity and social innovation. And the fourth one is rural to urban continuum, or to incentivize the activities that are reducing the digital divide that is present in rural and urban areas. So our activities could go into different directions. One of the activities should be also to bring different stakeholders within our countries. One of the research that I did in Bosnia and Herzegovina pointed out that different kind of organizations like public employment services are not providing the services to empower the youth to, let's say, start or to acquire new type of the skills. Therefore, activities should be also directed into that direction. One of the elements that we are also aiming to is to help to transfer and to spread new and innovative business models within our societies, within our regions that are facing a problem with rural depopulation and the youth migration. And it's the matter of understanding why the innovations are spreading with so slow pace within these specific regions. One of the elements that I could point it out is that within Bosnia and Herzegovina society and the Western Balkan economies, because we are doing some activities on Western Balkan region, so we managed to identify that the lack of trust is one of the most prominent elements among youth people. Because if you are lacking the trust in institutions, but also are not having a trust among the other youth peers, then overall system is failing to achieve high results. So that must be changed in some way, and then we have to provide the solutions on that. Thank you.
Okay, so now we open the microphone for the reflections, questions of.
It is not a question, but I want to underline the Alan last line. And I hope, and I think it's perfectly fit with Maria just mentioned as priorities, focusing citizenship and bonding with communities as a core of these work package for the future. Especially on the situation you were focusing on during the last years. Between, I don't know which is exactly the experience of other countries and other societies, but the societies and the countries I know have a huge gap between, in terms of belonging and social development in countryside and in urban areas. And these division is not only digital or social, is huge and very composite, integrative for all the vulnerabilities and threats we are experiencing these times. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that also that relates very well with what Sofia was mentioned this morning. So the importance of emotional ties and a sense of belonging as something that brings back youth to rural areas. So definitely the community dimension. You cannot hear. Sorry. So definitely the community dimension is quite important in all that we do. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, some more questions, reflections about social inclusion and sustainability? Yeah.
Thank you. I participated only in Alan's working group, not so much, but I followed activities regularly. I think what we did in our research as a part of this, some activities supported by this project, is evaluation of agroecology using by one FAO tool for agroecology performance evaluation in specific rural area. And that is in fact territorial development using, and because I think we should think about green agronomy, and agroecology is include everything: social movement, practice, and science. It is really important and I think a new approach in development of and in our agriculture and also rural development. And I think we also promoted a lot UNDROP declaration, that is UN declaration on the peasants' rights and people living in rural area. And I think the one we found in fact that pejorative meaning of people living in rural areas are one important and big issue why the people don't want to stay in rural area. Because to adopt this declaration, we spent almost 20 years because it was a big fight between term, is that farmers or is peasants. So we should take also that into account and use this in the future activity, use this agroecology social movement and also UNDROP declaration as a tool of human rights, in fact, for the people living in rural area. That's just a reflection about our activity. Thank you.
So thank you so much. So more questions or reflections? Yeah.
I think we need more research topics which are generated and requested by the youth. I think in the next phase in the observatory we have to understand what does the youth want to know from us or have from us.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. Yeah, and that's my vision of youth-led research. They are also involved in the identification of research priorities. So they are not only participants in our research, they are really involved since the beginning until the end. And the beginning is generating research questions. So yeah, I would like to see that in the working group 1. Yeah.
Okay, more questions? Okay, so we can wrap up these sessions with the comments of Elena Marta.
Yes, thank you. Now, first of all, I would like to congratulate with the coordinators and the member of these two working groups, also the other working group, but I think that all the groups did a very good job, not only because they produce a very huge quantity of documents, brief reports, policy brief, but for the quality and the innovation of this paper. And I think that the issue of these documents could be really important for the European Commission, the different commission of the European organization, because I think that in these documents we can find some ideas for the priorities, the program, the research that in the future could be important, that could engage researchers, practitioners, and also the decision making. Reading the documents of these specific two working groups, I found some common outcomes that I would like to discuss with you, to highlight in my very brief talk, because I think that these are common, even if some of them are more present in one group than in other. But in the lines of your document, I found all these three issues that for me are really important. The first one is participation, and I would like to underline this topic because in this moment I think it's really important for research, for program, for policymakers, because even if the European Commission also asks for research programs that include young people, that underlines and stress participation, in most of them it's not really present participation. There are young people, but they are considered like mere passive people, not people that are active in the research, in the program, that can co-design the programs, the research, that have talent, that have skills, competencies. So it's really a pity to consider, to have a lot of work in which young people are considered only the final target of the intervention, and sometimes we have a mismatch between what they really need and what they receive. But I think that we can solve this mismatch only if we can have young people in an active way in our work, in our tables, and consider them with the same rights and dignity that I have. And this is worst when we are working with fragile or vulnerable young people that we consider only people that we have to skilled, not people from whom we can understand something and we can really understand what they are living, because I think that they are the only that know really what they are living. And we can be near to them, but we have to hear their words, really to hear their words and adapt our model and our methods to their real life, not to our life in our office, in our university and in our organization. I say this because I think that in this moment participation is often what we can say a buzzword. We all speak about participation, but it's not so common to find a very clear and good definition of participation. And I think that especially the work of Working Group 1, but also in the documents of Working Group 4, we have clear example, best practice. Also some, as Claudia said this morning, also some projects that don't have a big amount of participation, but we can learn by this project and we can understand how this project perhaps in some way answer to the needs of these young people, but in another way consider them passive actor of their life. And I think that we need so to have youth center work, to use the youth center approaches, but also we need to evaluate this, the work that use this approach. It's not so easy because when you have participation of a lot of people and you introduce a lot of variables, it's not easy, but it's not impossible. And I think that only with this kind of evaluation we can really prove the value of the participation and the participatory methods. The other one issue I would like to underline is the community perspective, because I think that both the group started considering community as a unit of work, so considering all the voices in the community. And in this way, I think they give dignity to the young people, but also to the other stakeholders in the community, to all the stakeholders in the community. So politics organization, third sectors organization, public services, school, institution, because I think that to have a community perspective means to consider the voices of everyone. I don't like projects in which only young people have voices, or we have to support the voices of young people. We have to support the voices of young people because they are important, as the other stakeholders in the community are. And only in this way we can make young people to understand that their voice is important, but also the voice of the other generation is important. And so, in my opinion, means that we have also to invite young people to participate, but to participate to what? In my opinion, to participate to co-responsible partnership in which each stakeholders, each citizens or each organization share responsibility. In this way, this partnership between institutions, citizens and civil society could be effective, enabling to tackle broader issues by mobilizing more resources, maximizing intervention capacities and minimizing redundant efforts. I don't know in your country how the things go, but in my country there are a lot of intervention for young people, a lot of intervention, a lot of money. But the problem is that these interventions are not in a network, so you do something, another one do something else. But for young people, we are the institution, we are the professional, we are the researchers, so they are disoriented by a lot of program. And what is worse, I think, is that we are not able to use together all these resources, so we have small outcomes that sometimes are not in line with the outcomes of another organization, and this is not what promotes community development. That, in my opinion, is what we need. So I like the idea of co-responsible partnership suggested by Wolf at the beginning of the 2000s. They say that partnerships should serve as a vehicle for building trust, enhancing participation and fostering empowerment for all the communities, and not only for some parts of the community. Secondly, I think that assuming a community perspective means having in mind that every research, every intervention, every policy benefits from the reflection of a very big, huge group with different professionals, different countries. A work that is enriched by the different view that different countries can give. But at the same time, as I read in, especially in the policy brief of the Working Group 4, it's important that this, all this work is specific for a local community, is tailored for a specific community, because if we are not able to traduce this, translate this expertise, to put this expertise in a concrete situation, I think that all the theory and the models that we can develop are only for us and not for real people. So it's important to have a big vision, it's important to have innovation, but also to work locally and to try to test our models and our theory in also small communities if it's needed. And the last one is about the significance of sustainability and green transition in rural area, because I appreciated what was written in the policy brief of Working Group 4, when they said that it's important to transform the negative perception of rural areas from being viewed as a resource scarce to being seen in a positive light, because I think that we have some processes that we can observe in a young generation that make us to think that to have a good representation of rural communities could be an answer for this generation. I think to the great resignation phenomenon, young people that voluntarily leaving their job, and we know that this phenomenon is not driven by an economic reason. It's not for money that they leave their job. Sometimes they have really good job with a high salary, but what is missing for them is the significance, is the meaning of the work, and is the meaning of life. And sometimes they think that the countryside could be a safe harbor. But what they receive sometimes or often is an economic support. It's not a lens to see, it's not a view, an opportunity to see the countryside as opportunity, to see the countryside as the place in which they can develop, and they are not supporting in develop a good interaction with the rural community. But I think it's really important, because I know that money is important, but I think that in this moment the young generation are not only looking for money, but they are looking for a meaning of life, and we have to hear them and to give them, if we are able and if we can, a kind of answer. So this is only my reflection, that I think it could be important for the future of research and intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elena, for this reflection. And if you have any question or reflection to finish this session, yeah, of course.
Yes, it's more a kind of reflections regarding the meaning of the word participation, give the voice to, and other things like that. Thinking about the recent farmers' demonstrations in Europe, they are presenting their voice, their angry voice to the urban people, and we don't like to hear that voice. So there are some questions about giving the voice, perhaps the voices we want to hear and not the other ones. So it's just to think about rural areas, sustainability, the meaning of being and living in rural areas, and not understanding of urban people, of their kind of lives and problems. It's just okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
I would like to react to Elena. I think I totally agree. What we sometimes forget in all our research is participation, all the signals that we listen to the people, and somehow creates hopes that something will change. And youth is a very short period of time. And if we do only the research for the sake of research without having any visible, tangible outcomes in the lifetime of youth, then I think we will, we will damage more with participation than creating new opportunities. And that's something which we should have as a principle that there must be something as an outcome, as a takeaway for the youth when they are invited to participate.
Yeah. I totally agree with the previous speakers, and I also believe that, for example, now it's far more easy than years ago for peripheral people, for farmers, to raise their voice, to talk, to speak up, and this is mostly because of the social media, which probably enhances their voice. We don't need now that, for example, farmers come to Brussels to protest. They can protest at home, but their protest will come to Brussels. Their protest will come from social media to the phone of everyone. So I think that people now are far more aware of the people's needs. So even people who live in the city already can get faster information of what is happening in the countryside, for example. And you don't need, for example, big protests with tractors or stuff like that to close the roads, but you just need to have 10 people protesting for something which is legitimate, and that protest will, because of social media, will reach the destination to other people. Yeah. So we have to keep it in mind also the role of the social media, I suppose, in people's need. Yeah. Yeah.
Just to maybe add something on the concerns around participation and bringing the voice of youth. Of course, there are risks associated with giving power and voice to youth in research and interventions. But I believe that the risks are less than when we decide to involve them, and if you do this properly, the risks are less than actually not involve them at all. So you have to balance. And at the same time, and this connects with what I was saying in terms of the need to link the different things. So we cannot address sustainability without thinking about social justice, right? We cannot think about giving rights to one particular group and retrieving rights to a different social group. So you have to have an integrative approach to that. And if you consider social justice and social inclusion at the center of everything that you do, I believe that the risks of involving youth or the community in general will be far less than actually just ignoring their voices. So it's a risk that we might have to take, I would say.
Yes, I totally agree with Maria. I think it's not only the risks. I think the most big challenge is how we must change the paradigm, because policymakers, even researchers, are used to think about participatory methods, thinking that they can do a survey to see what young people think about one topic. And I don't really know if we are prepared to really develop participatory methods and to listen to young people, because maybe this will change the paradigm of the topics that we are dealing. Maybe they will leave us another topics, and their language is also different. So this is a challenge, and I think that most of the time we think about policymakers that have this kind of difficult to deal with this language of young people and to listen to young people. But I think we as researchers also have this difficult, because
I think in many spaces, and I know that, Maria, we talk a lot about this, that even in research, people not always are open to these participatory methods, because one thing is to listen to young people, another thing is to co-develop research projects with young people, and I think this only can be done if we are willing to change the research paradigm when we are dealing with young people.
Yes, hi, Anya from Rural East Europe again. What was just said, I think that there are good practices that we can share. So me, originally, I come from Slovenian Rural Youth, and we are researchers from the National Research Center that was working on, it's called ZRC SAZU, not really sure how that is translated in English, but they were working on mental health in rural areas, and they have figured out that they're lacking this participatory approaches. So what we did is we combined their expertise in doing a proper methodological research with us then performing different workshops, and it fell right on COVID times. So we did Zoom workshops where we were, as a youth organization that has outreach to those young people, we were gathering together, and then the outcomes from there, they then analyzed. So there's a lot of opportunities out there on how the research sphere can cooperate with NGOs, and good projects and great research comes out of that. So we're also willing to find some synergies, because we do have national members in a lot of different countries.
And only a few words, because I think that it's really easy to speak about participation and to use a lot of stereotype when we speak about to give voice to some other people. It's really hard to have real participation. I think that we need to educate people to participate ourselves before than the other, because participation is not, okay, participate. We need to understand what does it means, which rules, how, so I think that we cannot avoid hungry voices, but we can perhaps understand, or we can prepare a situation in which this hungry voice could participate in a not so hungry manner in other places. So I think that when we speak about participation, it means that we have to prepare setting, community setting, community organizational setting, working with the schools in order to educate all of us to participate in a constructive way, because I think that the words participation have a big power that myself sometimes I'm not able to understand in reality, but I think it's really important for us.
Maybe just to add, and it's also what we do with the participation. So it shouldn't be just participation for the sake of participation. It has to have implications. So it's not only about giving voice, but also giving power. And I think that if we actually listen to the voices, that will make a difference in how in how people actually participate in those hungry voices as well. So giving power is probably more important than giving voice, I would say.
I just feel very sorry that I haven't heard the name leader and local action groups as a true participatory tool, you know, which works very well in rural areas, because I think it has been very successful in many rural areas, and it's structured, it has resources, you know, it has some special methodology, and in the Czech Republic it's very successful also in the youth engagement, and there are even working groups for youth in the local action groups, and I think we should use this, you know, because this is a tool which is really by joining all the stakeholders. I very much believe that if we just split the youth and not engage the old people, I think is necessary this kind of solidarity among people, and I think we should speak about it and we should use it more, and I think it's one of the tools for the future. And across Europe there is a lot of youth projects, and especially, for example, in my region we have been successful to attract a lot of young people from universities to come back to the rural area thanks to the local action group. We have a youth parliament there, etc. Another tool is, of course, youth participatory budgeting. In my municipality we are doing it with people, with kids in the primary school. They had some small budget, like €1,000, to decide what they want to do. They made a picture, they came to the municipality, they had to justify it, they prepared it together with a teacher, and I was very curious that they finally selected the projects of the armchairs next to the church, for the elderly people, not for them. So it was very nice, and I think it's important to use this, because once the young people feel to be engaged, they feel to be connected with the community, and then they feel to be connected also for the future.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think here have been addressed more issues. One was at local level, but also at European level. So at European level, why farmers are protesting. So here is one is apparently economic reason. Next is maybe also transition in policies of European Union, greening the CAP and other things. And third is also social, what was mentioned here also, different position, changing situation in the rural areas. But then we have now European other policies, what was now colleagues from Czech Republic mentioned. Here are regional policies, cohesion policies, also common agriculture policy, rural development area, and some others. So that's, I think one problem is that many people in rural areas do not know that this policy actually exists. And even more, they don't know how to apply this. So that's the problem also, that actually there is no somehow asymmetric information problem, that one side there might be somebody would like to do this but doesn't know that this is possible to do. And on the other side, there is maybe also lack of other why farmers or others are not willing to go, particularly young farmers now, because it is completely changing. It's not anymore like it was peasant farming, or it is going to large-scale farming everywhere almost. And that's new reality which has happened. So it's also generation change. It's not this baby boom generation is going out, are coming new generations and more educated, are different structural, demographic structure. So it's completely different, new world. And new world is also after COVID, because everything has changed. Because we had before stability, now almost everywhere is instability. We are dealing no stable prices. You are going to the same hotel we were discussing last evening with Alan, and everybody is paying different price for the same services in the same hotel. So it's that's almost everywhere, and the same is for the traveling and something else. So we are not dealing with the stable situation. We are dealing with very unstable situation and unpredictable. So that's the reason how we have to deal with new situation. Thank you.
Because it reminds me also when the colleagues mentioned it about agriculture. Just a comment. Can you imagine the influence of the protest in Brussels of the large-scale farmers that are having, I don't know, tractors that cost, I don't know, let's say 100,000 euros, but even more than that, and their influence on the youth person that are thinking about getting engaged in agriculture from zero? It's going to be a huge negative influence to start business and business activities in agricultural areas because of those protests.
Thank you for the final reflection. So we have to finish here this session. So thank you to Maria, Alan, and Elena about this reflection. And in 5 minutes, we will start the next session about Rural PAC. Just a reminder, we will put now in the screens the QR of the membership for the observatory. We remind you that it's mandatory to register again as for full member. So fill in the register. In any case, you will not be in the first meeting official for the observatory. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll follow with this round table. So this session, becoming neater young people as the next rural resource. Okay, so this is a roundtable co-organized with the EU Rural Pact. So, sorry. Okay, so this is a roundtable co-organized with the EU Rural Pact. So this project is was launched in 2021 by the European Commission as a long-term vision of the EU rural areas to provide a framework of cooperation between public authorities, civil society, businesses, academia and citizens. And the main objective is to give a rural voice, amplifying, a structural and enabling networking, and to act for the vision of this long-term for rural areas. So to discuss about this framework, we have here the representative of the DG Regio of the European Commission, Wallis van den Broek. She is for years a senior expert in Attache's Deputy Director General of the European Commission of Regional and Urban Policy. She provides high-level expertise and strategy advice on sustainable urban and territorial development in this Commission, and she is notably heading of the DG Regio project group on the long-term vision of rural areas. We have also here Anastasia Constantini for DC Network, also a member of Rural Pact. She heads knowledge, research and innovation at DC's network. With a background research and communication, she specializes in social economies, role in alternative food system, rural development, twin transition, and the new European Bauhaus. And we have also here Spiros Papadatos, also a member with Rural Youth Europe of the Rural Pact. He is a passionate young European, born in the rural areas also, so with some of our speakers, on an island of Greece and based on Brussels. He shaped the international mobility and considered he's primarily active in European citizen. So we will discuss in this round table about young people as the next rural resource. And the first question is about your perspective about the main challenge of rural younger generation in the next decade. So, Wallis, you can start.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy and honored to be with you here this afternoon. And I'm very happy as well to see in this meeting room the President of the Rural Pact Coordination Group, Minister Radim Srem, who I am absolutely convinced will be very proactively listening to what you're going to say this afternoon and will pass on your messages to the Rural Pact community. It's an important element that Radim be with us here today because the Rural Pact has the possibility to energize the environment for making it attractive for young people in rural areas. At the moment, one of our very important concerns when it comes to young people in rural areas relate to the situation of the so-called NEETs, those who are neither in employment nor in education and training. And I should add that among many of these young people, of these NEETs, many of them are not even in unemployment. If they were in unemployment, they would be looking for a job, they would be accessible by public employment services, they would be part of some sort of a community, if I may say so. They will be reachable. So in most of the cases, this is not the situation of our young people in rural areas, and that is the reason why the situation of NEET is of particular concern. I was asked to focus or to identify the three main challenges faced by our young NEETs in rural areas. And I would say, according to my past experience in managing the European network of public employment services, so having an experience at ground level in operating on labour markets, I would say that the most, above all, important challenge our young NEETs have to face is actual access to youth guarantee schemes to empower them with the knowledge, the skills and the attitudes they need for employment, but not only for employment, for social integration and active citizenship, as it was said in the previous session. And this means, in very practical terms, being able to reach out to NEETs in rural areas. And that may be quite challenging for the services concerned. Our public employment services, our PES, as we say it in our jargon, have introduced innovative approaches in this respect. I've seen them in action. For instance, contacting young people from the age of 9, 10 years old, together with their parents directly at schools in order to prevent early school leaving and the inactivity of NEETs later on when they will turn to the teenage. And in this respect, when it comes to our young people in rural areas in particular, living there can constitute a specific barrier in itself for some of our young people. And this has to be considered as one of the factors when providing individual profiling and preparation of young unemployed or young inactive people under the youth guarantee. I know that one of my colleagues from DG Employment was there this morning, so I guess you have received all the necessary information about what youth guarantee schemes are. There is a template at European level which is to be declined by the member states in order to make offers to our young people. And I would say, but that is a personal and informal reflection, that when it comes to young people, young NEETs in rural areas, their situation there may suggest a need for mapping of the so-called targeted population, and including in particular and first and foremost that of vulnerable groups in rural and remote areas. Now, the second most important challenges I've been thinking about the last 2 days relates to equal opportunities for our young people in rural areas. And that means notably participation. We are again talking about participation, but this time participation in education, be it vocational and education, vocational education training, tertiary education, informal education, all forms of education. And it means as well participation in social inclusion, in particular through the development of and access to integrated social services. And the NEET rate in this respect is one of our headline indicators for equal opportunities within the European Pillar of Social Rights. And there is someone who told me one day, where young people are not in employment and neither are they participating in education nor training, they run an increased risk of becoming disconnected from the labour market and of facing social inclusion. And this has the potential to blight their entire working lives. And that was a colleague from CEDEFOP. We also have European research, Eurofund research, I should rather say, which has shown that some young people are at greater risk, including in rural areas, of becoming NEETs than others. And in this respect, low education level is the most important variable which has the strongest effect in influencing the probability of becoming a NEET. This has been confirmed at both the individual and the family level, and for young people themselves, but also for young people, parents with a low education level. So there is some sort of a form of social reproduction, if I may say so. And the third most important element I've been thinking about is anticipation. Anticipation, that is to say, ensuring that our young people in rural areas are equipped with the right skills at the right moments and at the right place. And this requires anticipation of skills demands to adjust education programs, including lifelong learning programs, and provide access to both basic skills and what we called in our employment jargon future-proof skills, such as those needed for the green and digital transitions. And this was also said earlier this afternoon, with the diversification of economic activities in rural areas beyond agriculture, we even more need to have this sort of anticipation of skills demands in order to equip our young people with the right set of skills. In this respect as well, I tend to consider that employment services play a crucial role, notably at the local and the regional level, to analyse jobs and skills demand. And it is absolutely essential for our needs in rural areas to be able to take advantages of the job creation which will be realised in rural areas, for instance, when we are successful in attracting investments to these areas. Hence, the need to properly anticipate skills demands for instance, the transition to a green and digital economy in rural areas as well. So those are the challenges I have been identifying myself on the basis of my past experience. You will see soon, the forthcoming 9th cohesion report. It contains some information which cannot yet be disclosed, of course, it has not yet been published, but it will contain some further information on the challenges faced by the rural population at large, but also about those affecting the young people themselves. They may not be necessarily specific to rural areas, but they concern the people in rural areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Anastasia.
Yes. Thank you. And from my perspective, I am now reflecting on young people as next rural resource, and so what could be the challenge? No, I did this reflection from our perspective, like networking, supporting social economy, social entrepreneurship, and so from a more, practitioner perspective, now what we can see among our members, in the territory. And for sure, now this limited access to opportunities, but also basic amenities, basic service is a very, very limit for the young generation, because means is really, really not only in terms of unemployment or really lack of education, but is really something that can affect their sense of belonging of the territory, in the sense that if you start to live and to grow up in a place where you don't find the basic amenities, you cannot feel this sense of belonging. So also related to what we talked in the morning, how to return after. And this for me is for sure, as we know that is this employment, this problem related to people that decide to not continue to be trained, to go to the training center, but is also really related, also in my case, about a challenge about participation, but in terms that sometimes is the feeling that they are not able to participate, in the sense that they are not educated. They are not interested in participate. So I think that this is, I can see is an opportunity, but is also a challenge. How to motivate the young generation to be part. What could be the tools to really do this type of job with them. And this is, for me, is really also related to all what is related to the social inclusion in that sense, because in this way is another challenge, I think, in general for the youth. But in this moment, I think that in the rural areas could be exacerbated. And really, because if you feel that is something apart from what is happening in the world, because you are not able to maybe reach some also basic information. For me, when we talk about participation, is also to not be able to reach some information, to not be able also to have a different level of education. We, for instance, have this a very interesting experience for me from the social economy sector in Scotland. That is this absolutely classic. That is a sort of social enterprise that decided to build a very high masterclass music school, but in the rural area. To do this reverse, so that to give very high quality education for musicians, but in the rural area. So to bring people from urban to rural, because sometimes seems like that you have level A or level B based on what you decide to build something. And this is also really a challenge, because you can build with this type of things the sense of belonging of the youth. So if I can summarize, starting from this lack of service, lack of amenities, this affected this inclusion and participation of the young. And of course, in service we have the digital, but not only digital skills, also digital infrastructure, connectivity. And all of them is very, very interconnected. So it's more, to work in a different sense, not in silos, because all of them is interconnected.
Thank you, Nastasia. Sunay Spiros.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Now it's the chance also for rural youth to speak. My name is Spiros, and I'm working as the Secretary General of Rural Youth Europe. Rural Youth Europe is the biggest youth organization, youth-led organization of rural youth. We currently have 22 member organizations in different countries around Europe, both EU and non-EU, and we represent around 500,000 rural young people. Our membership is both young farmers but also non-farmers. So we try to bring the diversity of the rural communities, the diversity of rural youth who lives in rural communities. When I was looking at the question, trying to think which are the three main challenges, I was reflecting and I decided not to be cliché and try to prioritize, internet versus education versus employability, but I try to cluster them essentially to three more overarching challenges, in my opinion, and from what we've been hearing from our membership. So the first one I would say is the general access to opportunities, access to rights of rural youth and access to opportunities. And I would like to actually disagree with my previous speaker. When it comes to participation, I was born in a rural area. I grew up in a rural area of an island. And for me, it was never that I was not interested to participate. It was just that there were no opportunities for me to participate. There were no youth organizations in my island, except the Scouts, who were still operating in the city center. There was no youth center in either my island or in my region. So I had the will to participate and to connect with people, other rural young people, but I wasn't privileged enough to have those structures established in my area. I was lucky enough when I moved to the city where I studied, Ioannina, I think it was mentioned before, to have a youth center there, the youth center of Epirus, and participate there. But before that, I didn't have a structure in place to be able to give me the opportunity to participate and to connect with other rural young people. Beyond participation, infrastructure is also a very big issue, as probably has been mentioned before, and as probably you will guess, either transportation, but also Wi-Fi. In my area, we were first able to have the possibility for Wi-Fi in 2010. 2010, I first had the possibility to have Wi-Fi at my place, internet, and a very basic one that couldn't do much, but that was the first year where that was even a possibility. Transportation. I also never learned how to drive, so I had to always rely to my parents or to my friends to drive me around from where I was living to the city center of my island, and to do other stuff with my friends, and to access culture. Access to culture is also something very important, because the majority of theater plays or operas or concerts are going to cities around our countries. They don't go to rural areas. So for me to go there, I had to either go to the city center, sleep there, find a place to sleep, spend the night, and the next morning return to my house. So all these issues are just the reality that are faced by fellow young people across rural areas in Europe, of course with differences, because every area in Europe is unique, every country is unique, but this is what I would cluster as the first challenge. The second one, I would say lack of prioritization and equal treatment by decision makers. We're now ahead of the European Parliament elections. A lot of aspiring MEPs are campaigning and they're doing a lot of events. How many of these events do you think will be in a rural area of Corfu? Most of them will be in Athens, they will be in Thessaloniki, they will be in the city center of Corfu. Rural areas will be the last point of interest, simply because they don't gather a very big pool of potential voters. So decision makers will prioritize the bigger urban or suburban centers, and they will leave the rural areas for later, because simply they cannot give them so many votes. And I think that's really a narrative problem, the fact that we're seen as second-class citizens and second-class areas, or even lower as second-class. Especially because in our experience in Rural Youth Europe, all the radicalization, all the extreme movements start actually from the countryside. Where do you think Brexit started? Where do you think extremism happens? It starts many times in rural areas who don't feel connected with Europe, they don't have the link, they don't have the access to European opportunities, they just see Europe as an amount of closed-door buildings where they forge legislation that are affecting our lives directly or indirectly, but everything happens behind closed doors. And the third thing that I would mention would be the lack of rural proofing. Rural proofing, for those of you who are not familiar with the term, is essentially looking at every policy through a pair of rural lenses. So essentially seeing how a policy that we're doing about climate, about digitalization, about whatever topic you may think, will reach our rural areas and how it will affect the people of our rural areas and our rural communities. And I think this wasn't evident in the past. I think now it's changing. There is a bit of more momentum for our rural areas, for rural youth, but this was unfortunately not happening in the previous years. It's good that it's changing, but also I think it's important to change some of the misconceptions that exist, because when we say rural issues, we're not referring to agricultural issues only. Agriculture is a very big part of rural communities, but it's not the only part. It's the pillar of our communities, but there are also other parts and interlinked segments of the society. That's what we try to do in Rural Youth Europe. We try not to work only on agricultural topics and to represent the agricultural youth, but we try to bring the majority and all the rural youth voices that are evident and that are existing there in rural communities. I'm sorry if I took more time. I have a lot of thoughts in my mind. Yes, but I will stop here.
Thank you, Isabel. It's okay. So now we move for the priorities you think which should be in the rural PAC agendas in the next years. So, if you want to start.
Thank you very much. Again, well, the first thing I would like to say is that the Rural Pact actually belongs to its members. That is to say, to rural communities, to rural stakeholders. On the Commission front, we are only facilitators, being my colleague from DG Agri or myself from DG Regio, and we cannot engage the Rural Pact as such. However, the Rural Pact Coordination Group, which is animating the whole Rural Pact community, has two youth organizations on board, The first one is the Rural NEET Youth Network, which is represented by Francisco Simoes. I apologize if I mispronounce your respective names. And the second one, of course, is the Rural Youth Europe, represented by Spiros here. And these two organizations will create a community group on rural youth. I understood it will happen in April, if I do not mistake, and it will be placed under the umbrella of the Rural Pact platform. So these are indeed good news. And this year, the Rural Pact Support Office, which has been set up by the Commission to help the Rural Pact to grow and develop and make the voice of rural areas heard at EU level, will be conducting a good practice webinar for the European Week of Youth in April. And it is entitled Rural Youth Participation in Policy Making, a subject of interest to all of you here. And I would like to say, for memory, I guess, that youth-related actions are actually already a priority, in any case, under the Commission Rural Action Plan, which is one of the key instruments of the European Commission communication on the long-term vision for the EU rural areas by 2040. And you will see in our forthcoming public report on the 2 years of implementation of the Commission Rural Pact what came out of the implementation of the corresponding actions. And there are two actions on which I would like to point you to. The one which is on supporting education, training, youth, sport and volunteering in rural areas. It also contains an action related to non-formal and informal education. That is part of the so-called European Youth Policy. It is managed by DG EAC. And there is a second action which is all about encouraging member states to increase education, training and employment opportunities for young people in rural and remote areas under the Youth Guarantee, which I have already been talking about, and also under the European Education Area. The Youth Guarantee is managed by DG Employment of the Commission and the European Education Area by DG Education and Culture. On top, or beyond these specific initiatives which were embedded in the Commission Rural Action Plan, on top, in 2023, the Commission itself stepped up efforts with, first of all, the January 23 communication on harnessing talent in our regions, which points out the necessity of upgrading the effectiveness of education and training system and their translation of the to the labour market, investing in particular in two elements, reskilling and upskilling. And I can tell you once more from my previous experience in monitoring labour markets that those are absolutely essential elements for the employers. You remember the right skill at the right moment at the right place. And it is very important for our young people to be empowered so that they can contribute to addressing skill mismatches and labour shortages while enhancing eventually labour mobility. And labour mobility is not only or not necessarily geographical. It may be moving from one job to another one, but moving from one occupation to another occupation, for instance. And of course, under this communication on harnessing talent, we want to encourage the return of workers, including young workers, to their regions of origin. As a result of all these reflections, we have set up the so-called talent booster mechanism, which is there to help all regions interested in harnessing and developing talents, notably those with low and stagnating rates of tertiary education, which may be the case quite often of rural areas, and which have failed so far to nurture sufficient talents to mitigate the impact of demographic decline. This talent booster mechanism is a dedicated 8-pillar initiative, 8 different types of actions, which aim to add boosting talent in regions to help train, retrain, and attract the people to develop skills and competencies needed to address the impact of the so-called demographic transition. And we have a second very recent initiative back in October last year, the so-called communication on demographic change in Europe, a toolbox for action, which points to the challenge related to aging, depopulation and skills, challenges that we very often meet in rural areas, which can negatively impact the EU's regional as well as the EU's long-term competitiveness. And as a result of demographic shifts and structural transformations, very big, very important phenomenon, many less developed and rural regions increasingly face labour force and skill shortages, as well as low regional competitiveness and ability to attract investments, with urban-rural divided even in some countries. So to face those major challenges, we have put in place this demographic toolbox for action, which I encourage you to consult, because it might provide you with inspiration on further actions to take, in particular if you want to make young people the next rural resource. Thank you.
Yes, from our perspective, I think that already the Rural Pact and the agenda is I can see the young people one of the priority in all the action. Also, for instance, when we did the webinar about social entrepreneurship in last May, we also dedicate in that specific moment also a focus about the young people and their possibility as entrepreneur. What can I say from our perspective? It could be really a framework, also a stage, this an opportunity for a young generation from our point of view, also not to boost a bit the entrepreneurship, the social entrepreneurship, and to really show and share some good practice that already exists in rural area, and is not only matter of agriculture, but really that can give this range of diversified economy that you can find already present, and could be, to say, a sort for us that also, for instance, we are running the working group about social economy in the platform. We are trying to use it really as a sort of to amplify, to really to share and to put to highlight what already exists that can inspire the young generation in other parts of the Europe. For us, it's always a bit difficult really to reach them directly, because sometimes we can be connected with maybe other youth organizations, but sometimes for us it's still difficult to arrive the beneficiary that is really the young people in the rural area. So maybe we can work a bit more on find also their channel sometimes, because maybe we do also through social media, but maybe when we do some posts or some information, we can reach always supporting organizations. So maybe it could be interesting also to have this relationship with also the support organization that really can reach then the last beneficiary that in our case are the youth. We did the same experience doing a work about women, so with a specific target or vulnerable group. So sometimes you have to build this also this discussion with the support organization that can help to arrive really on the ground. But for me, it's a very, very important opportunity, and I can see all the action already there. It's just matter really to be able to use it. Because if also you go to the action also, for instance, if you think attractive space to revitalize, but we need youth to revitalize something, so it's really already there. We have just to find a way to activate what already exists and really use the youth as the main resource, because they have the future, and so is really important. So for us, it's something that really to push and to see that something already exists, to give them the bridge to to keep the path that already exists. It's not that we have to start from zero. Something already exists. It's a pop-up. There are grassroots solutions already in place. It's just a matter to start to connect them, and so they can also have this peer learning among them, among youth. Without us, I don't know how to say, but I think that is important now to give them this space also among them, to have this, their discussion with their framework, that sometimes is not the same that we think.
Thank you very much. Yeah, how much we should be a priority? A lot. We should be a high priority, of course. I cannot say anything different. And again, I would like to say that our organization and our members are exactly what my colleague was saying. We create the spaces for rural youth. We are all rural youth-led organizations, so our membership is made from rural youth. Our boards and general assemblies are made of rural youth. So our organization is a space, and we try to create other spaces for rural young people to come together and to discuss a topic. This we do by our annual events that we're organizing. These are international mobility events where we bring together rural young people from different parts of Europe in a rural area of Europe, and we talk about different issues. So these spaces are really unique, and this is where our members, rural youth from all over Europe, is being empowered. It's also something that we say whenever we hear that youth is the future. We are the present, because we are right now in rural areas. We are the ones who need to find opportunities in rural areas in order to stay there, to live there, to thrive there, to invest in our rural areas. So we don't face the overpopulation of our urban and suburban center, the housing crisis, the mental health crisis, because all of these are interconnected, because of the fact that people are living in the rural areas, a lot of people are being gathered in cities, the cities are being overpopulated, there is very high demand for housing, it creates a housing crisis, then we disconnect from the nature, we live in grey buildings, and we have mental health issues, so all these are interconnected, and they are the other side of the same coin, essentially. But I also want to highlight the importance of the coexistence between the research and the practice, because the Rural NEET Youth Network is a network of researchers, while we are a network of practitioners. And research and practice cannot exist without each other. So essentially, what we started doing once we started cooperating with the network is that the research and the data that the researchers are extracting and coming with, we are using them in our activities, in our projects. So in that sense, it provides for us the scientific base upon which we can identify what kind of services, what kind of spaces we can create for our membership. Because for an organization that has 500,000 members, we can consult them, but it's also important to have the scientific backing, the scientific base. And I think that's very important, and I think it's also valued by the EU and the different DGs, that is not just consultation, but also scientific data to back up this. So we can essentially be, as my colleague Anya says, we can be the story behind the data. We can be the faces behind the data, because essentially the data are representing us. They're trying to bring in light what the challenges that we are facing. So in that sense, I think it's very important. I would like also to mention, beyond the good example that the EU Rural Pact and the coordination group that already Wallis mentioned, I would like to also mention the good example of the strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture that was launched by President von der Leyen in January, where she invited 29 stakeholders from all different sectors, from civil society, from commerce and retail, from the scientific field, and these 29 stakeholders have essentially to provide policy recommendations to the Commission, so the next leadership of the Commission that will start the term after summer will have to hopefully take on board. We had our second plenary this morning. I'm coming from there, and it is very important to follow the examples of the coordination group of the Rural Pact, but also the strategic dialogue, where you have direct representation, where you have co-shaping, not only consultation, co-shaping, and you also have the sense of ownership, because that's what I think is connected to what I was saying before about challenges. When Europe seems like a very distant institution, a group of buildings with policymakers, with bureaucrats who just shape policies that are affecting us, and us not having a say in what they're shaping, I think that creates the frustration in the rural areas. That creates the distrust against the EU and the institutions. But if we are engaged somehow, if our position and our voices are being heard, if we have the space to interact and to co-shape these policies, you create this sense of ownership, and then you avoid having the streets of Brussels filled with tractors and agriculture stakeholders who demand more action from the EU. That's, I think, what went wrong with the green transition and the Green Deal, the fact that it was shaped behind closed policies and it has it doesn't reflect the reality of the sector, and it just brings a lot of burden to farmers, to rural youth, to rural communities. But if you had asked these rural communities in advance, you would avoid now this uprising and these protests. So we would like to encourage the EU to use and create more spaces, such as the Rural Pact, the coordination group, the strategic dialogue, where rural areas can be prioritized and they can be equally treated as other areas, as I was mentioning before, in practice, not just in words ahead of elections. I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your reflections. We will finish with a brief reflection about the Rural Pact and how this long-term vision, in your opinion, will constitute to energize the young people in rural areas. So a brief reflection.
Thank you very much. As European Commission, I can only tell you about the policies which can energize young people in our rural areas. And in this respect, I would like to briefly mention cohesion policy. Cohesion policy, and in particular the regional policy there, through its mission to reduce disparities between the level of development in our regions. For the programming period 21-27, around 8.4 billion of EU resources under the European Regional Development Fund have been allocated to education, training and skill development across many policy objectives, and in particular under policy objective for a more social and inclusive Europe. Our support with ERDF goes to education, training and lifelong learning, consisting in particular in building, extending, refurbishing mainstream non-segregated educational facilities. It goes to equipment, including specialized equipment to address different needs. It goes to the provision for digital education through access to internet, digital equipment and platforms, and it goes for measures to strengthen equal access to mainstream non-segregated quality and inclusive services, be it in education, in training, lifelong learning at all levels, such as, for instance, investment in school buses or disaggregation measures. We are there targeting all EU regions, including rural ones, with a strong focus on less developed and regions in transitions, where it appears actually that most rural areas are located. On top, we also have the investments which are conducted by the European Social Fund Plus, which follows the people wherever they are. Now, I would like to talk to you about a forthcoming initiative which was signaled to me at lunchtime, just before joining this meeting this afternoon, and I found it absolutely fascinating. It is called the EU Teens for Green. And in this respect, we want to hear the voice of young people. We consider it is very important to hear this voice, in particular in terms of investments, as these investments will affect their life tomorrow. And there are, in this respect, several initiatives which are backing up the new one, from At School of Open Cohesion to Interreg volunteer use. And these days, we are completing a very unique initiative, as I said, and that will be the EU Teens for Green, which aims at empowering and financing projects of young people between the age of 15 and 24. We already have 250 young people involved in 70 projects in 41 different EU regions. And these young people are actually motivated to take the green and the just transition to make them inclusive to everybody. And I would like to invite you to join on the 19th of April, a very important meeting where all these young people will be there together in Brussels to celebrate their achievement and present their experiences. This will be a golden opportunity for all of you to listen further to young people. Thank you.
Yes, very, very briefly. Yes, as maybe we said before, could be an opportunity to direct involvement of young organization, as already is in place, but we can also attract more other young organization, empowerment them through their participation. So really, highlight this aspect to be very, very direct involvement of them, really to put them close to also policymaker and have this sense of ownership that they are doing something together, not that someone doing something for them. So I think that is very, very important. And really addressing barriers, so really about training, education, but as we already know, we listen about it, and something that could be an opportunity to building network and also other type of initiative, an opportunity to co-create something together, but is also a moment to really highlight the visibility and the reputation of the rural areas. Also about what we said before, no? Sometimes we have this feeling that there are something of the second class. Yeah, I think that is give all this space and hold this visibility to what is happening and what already are in place could be a really work of the narrative about rural area that is not just agriculture or just challenge and problems, but could be an opportunity, and really there are plenty of resources. So I think that all this could be really the scenario to do that.
Yeah, also very briefly from my side, I will not repeat what I said about the Rural Pact being having the multi-stakeholder and participatory approach. It is essentially a very good platform where we can bring together stakeholders, but also I would like to highlight the need for, if it's something about rural youth, for rural youth to be engaged. So in this regard, if you would like to engage rural youth either at the European level or the national level, come to us so we can connect you with our members, either at the European level, us, or our members in Slovenia, in Italy, in Austria, in whichever country we have members or contacts. Come to us because the work that they do is really important, and they have the right to be engaged in initiatives that are about them. And I would like to also echo what Wally said about the webinar. As Julie told me, the webinar was just announced. It will be on the 24th of April, and you can already register. It will be a webinar of the Rural Pact on rural youth specifically. And it is co-organized with us, with a community group on rural youth that it was mentioned before by Wallis. And last but not least, I would just like to reiterate the very famous quote to support what I said about rural youth being engaged, that nothing about us should be without us. I think that's also a nice punchline to close this intervention. Thank you.
Thank you for you three for the reflections. We have a couple minutes for a question and answer, so don't go out of the floor because probably someone will ask you something, or some reflections or clarifications or something about these three interventions.
Everyone is speechless.
where we have time now for a coffee, so probably if some of you have some questions, so they will be there for some answer. So thank you so much, and see you at 4:20.